Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, and welcome to the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners regular meeting. Today is March 26th at 1 p.m. And if you would please silence your devices, we're going to start off with an invocation led by Ruthie Schleybaugh. And then we have Mark Trykowski, who is a wheeled and track mechanic deployed to Germany, served in 1978 to 82, to lead us in the pledge. If you are willing and able and would like to join us in standing, please do so. Thank you.
Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for today and the blessings that you've given us. Pray for forgiveness of our sins and those that we have sinned against. I ask that today you give the commissioners wisdom and clarity in their decisions, and know that we're representing the citizens of this county. Pray that we treat them properly with respect, and that the citizens know that we're working hard for them and that we're working hard for you, Lord. Thank you for all that you do. In your name, amen.
Amen. Amen. Come on. Just turn the mic on. Right hand button.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mark. We do love our veterans here, and this is a really nice tradition that we do to start off our meeting. What was that? No. All right, Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
This is a regular meeting of the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners this 26th day of March in 2024. In attendance are Chair Holly Davis, First Vice Chair Rebecca Bays, Second Vice Chair Diana Finnegan, Commissioners Jeff Kennard and Ruthie Schleybaugh, County Administrator Steve Howard, and County Attorney Denise A. Diamond-Line.
Excellent, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Board, looking for approval of agenda, or do we have any changes?
Just a
Mr.
couple,
Howard?
just for clarification, additional information, which was E6 that you had, which was to approve purchase of tourism services from Miles Partnership. New figures are highlighted in blue and new invoice number 94654 from Miles Partnership. Also, just a correction for the B7, the workshop on 514. It should be titled Strategic Business Plan, Inverness Airport and Crystal River Airport. That's all I have for updates.
Excellent. Board?
The agenda, excuse me.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Schleybaugh, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any board discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, board consent agenda in its entirety or otherwise. Looking for a motion. B1 through.
To approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public comment on the consent agenda? On the consent? Come on up, Mr. Hollins. We have fancy new microphones. Just hit the button on the right. That would be it.
Thank you, Chairman, Board, staff. My name is Jesse Hollins with Hollins Mining and Timber. This is regarding the consent agenda on the boat ramp, if I'm in the right department. It was pulled a couple weeks ago. I've got some concerns over it. I understand now what the consent agenda is. It's to look into idle speed around the boat ramp when the boat ramp comes. I've also spoke with the Coast Guard, and I also spoke with FWC and the Greenway Trail. I think when those times come closer, that we all sit down, all the stakeholders, and look at west of the new boat ramp and east of the proposed, of the old boat ramp that's there, including FWC, so that area on the east and the west side of the US 19 bridge gets some kind of idle speed.
Okay.
Because we have two boat ramps there. You have FWC, you have the Greenway across the canal. And I think it's an area that the stakeholders get involved in a little bit of conversation with each other. I think it'd be best for all. Appreciate your support. Thank you.
Outstanding. Thank you, Mr. Hollins. Is there any further comments on the consent agenda from the public? Seeing none, any board discussion?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Board members, item B6, this hurricane preparedness workshop is one that I've already had a private discussion with the gentleman who's going to do this from, I believe it's the National Weather Service or National Hurricane Center. Extraordinarily knowledgeable gentleman. And the graphics that he showed me in our phone conversation or video call were compelling enough for me to say this is something that the public needs to hear. So I would appreciate all of us making it clear, not only to the county administrator, but also out in the public when we're meeting with folks. This is information that we need to hear, but this workshop is for the public to hear. And I believe that he makes a very compelling argument for why people need to heed these warnings when the evacuation order comes. We literally are one bump left or right in these storms from far more damage than what we've seen and what we saw from Idalia. So anyway, this is coming up. I know we're just setting a date for it now. What I would hate to see happen is have a gentleman with an individual with his credentials coming up here to give a workshop to try and inform the public of the gravity of the situation at those times when they are making these calls, and it be a workshop with us and a handful of people in the audience. So please help me. I hope that the staff is listening, administration is listening. We have got to get this information out to the public to be here or to tune in and watch that workshop. This guy really does a phenomenal job with it. That's all.
Thank you, Commissioner Kennard. Any other board comments? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, looking for motion on the Cs.
Madam Chairman, make a
Yes.
motion to approve C1 and C2.
Second.
Okay, motion by Commissioner Schleybaugh, second by Commissioner Bays. Is there any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Join me down front.
Those representing National Library Week, if you can please come forward. Whereas libraries are cornerstones of democracy, promoting the free exchange of information and ideas for all, and whereas libraries of all types are at the heart of their countries, cities, towns, and schools, serving their communities and play an invaluable role both in person and virtually in adapting to our changing world, expanding resources, and continuing to meet the needs of their patrons. And whereas libraries are accessible and inclusive places that foster a sense of belonging and community and have a long served and trusted and treasured institutions for all members regardless of race, ethnicity, creed, ability, sexual orientation, or socioeconomic status. And whereas libraries strive to develop and maintain programs, collections, and services that are as diverse as the populations they serve and ensure equal access for all, offering citizens the opportunity to explore new worlds and become their best selves through access to a broad range of materials, internet resources, computers, and other technologies, multimedia content, and informational and educational programs. And whereas library supporters and advocates across the nation recognize that strong libraries make strong communities and join together to celebrate our libraries. And now therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida, does hereby proclaim April 7th through the 13th, 2024 as National Library Week and encourages all residents to visit their library in person or online. Executed this 26th day of March, 2024.
There you go.
Hi, I'm Adam Chang, Library Services Director. And I want to thank the commissioners for your continued support of our libraries. And National Library Week is an excellent reminder of the importance of libraries in communities. Libraries go beyond books. They are invaluable and provide access to countless resources and materials for all of the community. I'd like to thank the amazing staff that we have at Library Services that through their hard work and dedication have provided thousands of programs each year and helped to circulate over 500,000 materials to our community. And thank the Friends of the Library as well. Of course, they just wrapped up their mega book sale on Monday, so I appreciate them being here as well. And then, of course, all of our wonderful volunteers that donate their time to help make our libraries grow and some of the best libraries in the state. Our volunteers help us provide lots of different events and activities, including our homebound delivery service of materials, which provides books and different materials to those residents in our community that aren't able to visit our libraries, but still like to read. So, thank you.
Those representing Fair Housing Month, if you would please come forward. Whereas the Fair Housing Act enacted on April 11, 1968, enshrined into federal law the goal of eliminating racial segregation and ending housing discrimination in the United States. And whereas the Fair Housing Act prohibits discrimination in housing based on race, color, religion, sex, familial status, national origin, and disability, and commits recipients of federal funding to affirmatively further fair housing in their communities. And whereas Citrus County is committed to the mission and intent of Congress to provide fair and equal housing opportunities for all. Our social fabric, the economy, health, and environment are strengthened in diverse, inclusive communities. And whereas more than 50 years of the passage of the Fair Housing Act, discrimination persists, and many communities remain segregated. And whereas acts of housing discrimination and barriers to equal housing opportunity are repugnant to a common sense of decency and fairness. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida, does hereby designate the month of April 2024 as Fair Housing Month in Citrus County, Florida, executed this 26th day of March 2024.
All right, Commissioners, on behalf of the Realtor Association of Citrus County, my name is Mark Siegel. We have members of our Board of Directors, our Leadership Academy, and the over almost 1,000 licensed realtors in Citrus County. We want to thank you for your support for fair housing. Thank you.
Okay, we have 15 minutes until our time's certain. If you would like to address the board for open to the public, please come on up. You'll get 3 minutes unless you have a letter on file and let us know that you have a letter on file, in which case we'll give you 5. Please watch the clock in front of you to help me not have to be a bad guy and cut you off. And fill out a green card if you haven't already.
I just did.
I saw you do that. You know the drill.
I know the drill well.
Thank you. And state your name for the record to start off.
Karen Esty from Inverness. Today, excuse me, I'm talking to the council on BOCC. I'm requesting that this board file an application for a sidewalk on Independence. We have to start the process for this at some point because we do know that traffic has picked up. They're using Independence as more of a collector road, and also it just kind of jigsaws into Forest Drive. And the reason I'm saying that is if you put a sidewalk, because Forest Drive sidewalk is out to Independence, and if you go to Whispering Pines Park, it segues into, if a sidewalk's there, it'll segue into 41. And it's just like a outside loop. So people can walk safely, kids can stand there and wait for the bus. This has been really a long journey, and this is also on the Hernando Citrus County MPO priority list for 2024 and 2028. I have been battling to get this up to priority number 2 since 2014 when I was on the board for the Transportation Advisory Committee. And this was before the MPO was formed. And then once the form, now I'm on the Citizens Advisory Committee. Mm-hmm. So this has been, it's been taken off, put back on. It was on priority 14, then it was priority 10. And then I will just be very blunt with you. One day I just blew a cork at the meeting and said, we need to make this, a priority too. It's very important because we all know that the counties, we really need the sidewalks in. So, and also in addition, Mrs. Monk, who is I want to make sure I get her title right here. She's FDOT's liaison for District 7. And she also agreed that a study needs to be done, and this needs to start the process to go ahead and put this on. So I'm asking this board to start an application and send that up to the MPO so we can get the process started, because a study has to be done. And then, of course, we don't know where funding is going to come from. And my understanding that we need to maybe get a mobility impact going for the entire county, actually. And so in addition to that, I talked to the city manager, and I talked to Mr. Esposito today, and I talked to Walt Eastman, and we all agreed that we need to come to the board at some point, have a representative from the county come to the board, sit down, and let's see if we can work together for funding, because the city has to, pony up money, the county, and maybe and so does maybe FDOT, because they have also helped out in other areas of the county. So I'm asking the board again to file an application for the sidewalk, and then maybe have a meeting and everybody pull their heads together, and hopefully we'll be able to come to consensus on how we can do this. And thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Next speaker.
Terry Weber-Nellis, Inverness Villages 4. I bumped into Commissioner Kennard at the Strawberry Festival, and we had a short conversation. And I was hoping that he would discuss the safety issue within IV4 with his fellow commissioners, because we did talk about that at the Strawberry Festival, and he seemed outraged at how bad the roads are now, and they are bad. Commissioner Schleba, I looked for you because I wanted to talk to you, but you weren't there, during the time that I was at the Strawberry Festival. I want to know, I'm so disappointed that you dropped the ball, because you could have helped us around the hurricane. When I had asked.
Yes. You're supposed to address the board.
Oh, I'm
You're only
supposed to look
address
at you.
me.
Sorry.
Thank you,
Anyway,
Commissioner
I was
Schleba.
kind of disappointed, and I was hoping that I could speak with her to get her input on how she feels about the safety issue now, because it just continues to get worse and worse and worse. Then I started to reflect on this nightmare that I've been living for 3 years in July. And I realized that you all have to depend really heavily on your staff. Sorry.
It's all right.
And I know the last conversation that I had with you, Commissioner Davis, as well as Mr. Howard, was not a pleasant conversation, because the other commissioners don't know. They are missing out on so much information, and they're voting on situations that they don't have all the information on. And as I told Mr. Howard, it's pretty bad when the residents of IV4 know more than the commissioners do. So you're leaning on a staff, and you're not getting all you need to make decisions. I was told by Joanna Kotu when I asked her about the ordinance as far as trees being cut down. She told me that they have an ordinance, but she doesn't enforce it because they don't have the manpower. How many times did I watch you, Commissioner Davis, beg Denise Lynn for some kind of guidance and help? How many times? So I feel for you. If you want facts, please reach out to us. I know that we've invited Commissioner Bays and we've invited Commissioner Finnegan's. This can be fixed. This can be fixed. It's not impossible. And for you all to expect the residents of IV4 to live on roads that are in the condition they're in now and be okay with that while everybody's flying in 10 different directions, I mean, this has been going on forever. It's time to fix it. It's time for the county to take responsibility for allowing this to happen. There's not one piece of silt fence in that community, not one. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Janet Barrett, Citrus Springs. This week in the newspaper, they sort of gave the county an F for the roads, which I've been talking about and talking about and talking about. Residential roads need to be fixed. They also talked about the county roads, the state roads, all the different roads that are under construction currently. You can't go anywhere in this county without some sort of orange daisy along the side of the road. And it's amazing how many orange daisies there are out on 19, 41, 44. It's cute. I grew up for 30 years. I lived in Holland, Michigan, and we had tulip time. Well, Citrus County has become Daisy County. You go along the road and you got orange daisy, orange daisy, orange daisy. That's what we were called. That's what we called them. Okay? The money has to be found. I have been talking about this for years. And last year I was told that, you guys would bring it up this year and put it on a referendum. The easiest and the least hurtful to anybody coming to this county, whether it's a tourist or it's a resident, is to put the 1 cent sales tax for residential road resurfacing and repaving only for a 4-year time period and see what you can do with the 12 to 20 million that you get for that tax. Because that's what you're going to collect, between 12 and 20 million. It will give the citizens a little bit of a break because the people that come to visit, all these tourists, will be helping pay for the roads. But it needs to be specific. Residential road resurfacing and repaving only. No little tack-ons for this, no tack-ons for that. That's why it failed last time, because it was 1 cent, it was Citrus 1 cent. And it was roads and other things. Once they added the and other things, the 1 cent went down in flames. And I was promised last year by board members that it would be brought up this year. It might be too late to get it on. I'm not sure. But it is one easier way, less hurtful to all the residents that live in the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet.
Stephen Schwartz, Beverly Hills. Commissioners, I would like to take the opportunity to thank you for turning an oasis county of roaming hills, wildlife, and mom-and-pop businesses into a bustling, congested box stores county in approximately 3 years or less. You have the ability to slow down the growth by building out what has approved before allowing developers to build new communities. Permits for individual 1 acre lots would slow down the growth and keep home builders like Bluestone thriving and hiring local laborers. It would also allow the mom and pop stores to adapt to the future growth of more box stores so they might have a chance to survive. The only exception would be for housing for the working middle class called attainable housing. This is not subsidized housing. It would be for housing based on the average mom and pop's work pay, and the apartments would be rented at 1/4 to 1/3 of their monthly salary. This will prevent homelessness. You could even build a townhome to rent with the option to buy for those of the lower spectrum of middle class. In the next 3 years, we will look and feel like Spring Hill, not because you can't stop growth, but because you failed to build sensibly with common sense. If you have a master plan, developers and builders know what the county will allow and what is needed as opposed to what they want. The height of buildings, the direction it will face, entrances and exits, signage, the master plan of a community, and more are all something of the things you've already told builders. If you rezone property, you cannot get sued. But if the rezoning creates a problem for any reason, the commissioners can deny the request in the best interest of the county and your constituents that vote you into office. Since you have awoken the sleeping bear in Pine Ridge, other communities are watching how you vote so they can make an educated decision on who to vote for in the next election. Social media is a double-edged blade, and sites like Nextdoor, Citrus County Word of Mouth, and others are keeping the public aware to the decisions you make that will affect them. The power of the people is more powerful than the power of money when people work together.
Thank you. Is there anyone further? Board, would you like to close open to the public? Board, do you want to respond? Oh, I'm sorry. You want to come on up, Dixie?
Go right ahead. Go right ahead.
Welcome back.
Madam Chairman, members of the board, I just wanted to come up and speak to you all openly, to all of us here in Citrus County, on a suggestion on how to go about addressing the board during public forum. I attend a lot of FWC commission meetings, and they have a lot of controversial subjects that they go through. They have an agenda item that's mailed out, or it's open to the public so people can see what's on the agenda. And you sign up for the agenda. They have a time that you can sign up to. Like if it starts at 10, you have till 9:30 to sign up on those agenda items that are on the agenda. They also open up at the end of their meeting, open to the public, on any other discussions that are not on the agenda item. You commissioners have a $450 million business here, and we need to try and run this like a $450 million business. So when agendas come up, people who want to speak to the agenda can sign up, organize and sign up however they want to do it. They also had a list of the speakers. So if you were number 3, you knew where you're third. If you're number 4, you could get up to the front of the audience. And at the end of the 3 minutes or whatever the time allowed, then you sat down and then the commissioners brought up and voted on however they're going to do it. I think it's important for the people of this community to be able to speak openly. But I've said for a long, long time, I think it's the best to do it on an organized agenda item. Then at the end of your commission meeting, before everybody goes home, open it up to the public on things that are not on the agenda. So I've always said, and this is not personal to anybody here in the audience or any of you all, when you get up in the morning and you get yourself dressed, and just before you walk in, your husband or your wife says, "What kind of an outfit do you have on?" You wear that comment for the rest of the day. And when people come up here to speak positive or negatively and they start getting personal, you wear that for the rest of your day. And I think it's more organized to speak to the agenda item. And it's been like this a long, long time. I know you all have tried. I know you'll have lines standing almost all the way out to the back door. But this is a business and we need to run it like a business. I've been to other county meetings where they speak to the agenda item well organized. Thank you very much for your time. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you, Dixie.
Chair, for
Yes.
the record, he did not state his name.
Yeah, could you speak your name for the record into the mic?
Sorry, Dixie Hollins, Hollinswood Branch. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Amy. Anyone else for open to the public? Seeing none. Commissioners, was it Commissioner, who's first? Commissioner Kennard?
Sure, I'll go ahead. We did talk out at the Strawberry Festival, and I still contend that the roads out there are a safety issue. They won't be until the very first time that an ambulance can't get there in time. And then there's going to be this outcry that, oh my God, how did this happen? These roads are unsafe. So I hope that time doesn't come, but when it does, then we'll decide that it's a safety issue and we should have a moratorium on any further building out there. Let's see. I hope that we did not tell anyone that we didn't have enough manpower to enforce our tree ordinance. If that's the case, then that needs to be brought to the board. And I mean, I don't want anybody in trouble over it. We just need more manpower apparently. Because if we've got these ordinances on the books, then we need to be enforcing them across the board for everyone. Let's see. No, good comments by Mr. Hollins. And sidewalk and independence, I would agree. And I certainly would support it when it comes to the MPO. Or if there's something that this board needs to do to send it to the MPO, I would support that as well. It's a dangerous road, and getting pedestrians off of there would be a good thing for our community.
Commissioner Bays.
We've talked many times about code enforcement, and that's something that's been kind of at the top of my radar. And I think that we're just not putting enough enforcement in it. So as much as we've talked about hiring other people, I think that's one that we could use some extra help, and we need to make it so that when you're cited, it hurts. And you drive up and down some of the main corridors in Citrus County, and it's a mess. You get off on some of these side streets, and I mean, I see trash piled up. I did some code enforcement through my district, and it's unfortunately the law says that it cannot, if you're going to call something in, that it cannot be anonymous. And we live in an environment today that neighbors don't want to be in the middle of a match with their neighbor. So as a commissioner, I've taken it on myself to try to improve some of the neighborhoods that I think could be improved. Not trying to be unreasonable, but if you have bags and piles of trash stacked up, or you have junk cars or cars that are not licensed, then I expect you to clean it up. And I'll go one step further. All this new development that we have landscaping requirements. And I intend for, if you build in our county as a developer and you put something up and you landscape it, put it in to make it grow and water it, because if not, I want it to hurt bad enough that you're going to keep replacing it. That's part of our regulation, and I want our county to look nice. And Dixie, tell Robin I think you look nice.
All done?
Mm-hmm.
Who's next? Anyone?
Karen, Independence is very busy. Commissioner Kennard is the vice chair there at the MPO, is sit on that board, and I would support them. If this is brought forward, I would support it. So to getting an application filed and going through the process. The IV4, I've been briefed on this again yesterday. I was at the Strawberry Festival, had a booth there the whole time. Can't tell you why you didn't see me, but it was a busy place. As far as IV4, we put a moratorium in place. We've sent a letter. We're waiting on the Attorney General.
Actually, FDLE.
FDLE. Said it from the beginning, this is a case that needs to go before a judge. I don't know what more you want from me, except I keep pushing that with staff. You can ask any of the staff members. If there's ever a case I think that needs to be heard, it's IV4. So I don't know what your problem is with that, but that's where I stand. I want this to be heard. This has to be heard. You moved in there 3 years ago. Some people moved in there 6 months ago. I don't know how this has continued since 1972, to be honest. It's a disaster as far as I'm concerned. And it will be a very, very sad day if an ambulance can't get back there. So something has to be done. But we're trying to go through the proper channels just as you are, and government moves like you're swimming in molasses. And so I feel for you, I understand, and I don't take it personally. I just need you to know that every briefing I ask, what's happening? Where's staff at? What's going on? So other than that, Dixie, I tried to bring this up when I was a chairman, and I had a line out the door, don't take away our open to the public, but I wanted the first open to public to be exactly what you said. Only address what's on the agenda, sign up, get that done. And it did not go well. So I think we're of the few that think let's do the business of running the county, and then at the end, you can recite the Declaration of Independence if you want to in your 3 minutes. So thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Finnegan.
I just wanted to thank everybody for coming today and their comments. Everything was heard. I don't think I need to add. The reason why I wanted to have a chance is because I don't sit on the MPO as I'm looking at Commissioner Kennard. Ms. Esty, the sidewalk, I actually have an opportunity to go down that road quite a bit, and people would be surprised the amount of pedestrians that are walking in the grass, motorized carts. I see a lot of that. So that would be wise if we can make that happen in the future. My question I wanted to ask my fellow commissioner is, it is Independence Highway, and I didn't know if they would move along with the sidewalk. Is there plans to expand that road in the years to come? Is even on the list? I mean, would they put in a sidewalk now if they're going to expand the road in like 5 years or 10 years?
Oh, that's a county road, and as far as I know, it's nowhere on the priority list to be expanded.
Okay, so sidewalk would be reasonable.
It would take an action on the part of this board to send it to the MPO, and then certainly Commissioner Schleba and I would champion it there, and our colleagues certainly would not push back on it. It's just a matter of Steve Howard's infamous F-bombs.
And thank you, Ms. Esty, for
finding the
bringing that
dollars
forward.
to get it done.
Funding, just to be clear. I concur. Karen, thank you for bringing that up. I'm a big fan of all mobility, but I don't think we should ever lose sight of the fact that non-vehicular mobility is critically important. I'll get to IV4 last. So actually, I'm going to wrap this in with the F grade for our roads. I have been on this job long enough to finally realize it doesn't come with a crystal ball. It's you make these decisions and you hope, if you have the best interest in the county at heart, you hope you're making the right decisions. And so far be it from me to go to the Wayback Machine and ever criticize former boards for decisions they made. However, the F grade is a direct result of us getting rid of concurrency, which was a shame. If I could go back, I would lobby for that. The other thing I would lobby for is to go back when Van Usen torpedoed doing the MSBU for the entire Inverness Villages 4 division at, I think it was 11,000 per lot. I would say you need to do a forced MSBU. I would be lobbying the board and the Wayback Machine, but unfortunately that also resides with the crystal ball. Can't do that. So we're just doing the best we can to fix things with the situation that we are in now. Terry, is in terms of my fellow commissioners having all the information, that was a 4-page, 5-page letter to, I sincerely hope they read it all. They signed it. That is all the best information that I have gleaned in working on this for 3 years now. If you have direct, I'm not going to listen to it's the county's fault and we need to fix it. It needs to be a team effort. But if there's any other things that are not in there that you can help add to our understanding, I'm always open to that. Totally agree with my colleagues, Commissioner Bays and Kennard, in terms of code compliance. I think all of us do this, but I'll chime in with Commissioner Bays that I go out and do code compliance cases because it's scary for little old ladies to report their crackhead neighbors that have really bad code violations. What I have heard most often in terms of us not having the manpower, plus it's also a slippery slope, is that we don't go out looking for code violations. We don't do that. We don't have the manpower, and it's a very slippery slope because it can end up being a little bit of a police state. So you do have to report it. If you're scared, you can ask one of your, or worried, you can always ask one of your commissioners to go by and report it for you. After that, 100% Commissioner Bays, we do actually prosecute code cases. Unfortunately, there's some games they can play in changing property owners, things like that then restart the code cases so it can seem to drag on an inordinate amount of time. However, I would love to see us make them hurt. Cited, it hurts, because a lot of these are slaps on the wrist, and we really should look at that if we can legally do it. Unfortunately, Tallahassee preempts us on a lot of stuff. And finally, in terms of the growth, this growth has been forecast ever since the Suncoast was forecast to come through here. Fortunately, north of 50% of our area can never be developed. And where the development that is happening at 491 and 486 is exactly where it's been planned for a very long time. So this has all been in the works long before any of us got here. And that's all I got. So we will move on to our time certains. Who's up at 1:30? Fire. All righty. Who's running that? Public hearing? Where's Chief?
Chief Stevens.
Madam Chair, I have the button on.
Oh, you just go with it then.
Are we using the button today?
We are. I just was trying to flip my pages and I didn't look at the screen
I just want to make sure we're, want to know the rules. Carry on. So you are about to have a public hearing on an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending Chapter 46, Fire Prevention and Protection, amending Article 3, Section 46-73, entitled Purpose, Intent, and Implementation, providing for codification, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. And this time you would just open the, I don't know if the chief is going to give an introductory comment, but if he is, following that, you would just open it up for a public hearing.
Okay. Chief, would you like to introduce it and then I'll do a public hearing?
Yes, just in summary, basically our goal with the changes to this ordinance are to have an automatically activated burn ban when the drought index hits at a certain point, and then of course have an automatic withdrawal of that burn ban or removal of the burn ban once it goes below the number that we're talking about, which we would use the KBDI drought index through Florida Forest Service when it hits 500 or higher. that the burn ban would automatically be activated. Not only does this provide information for ourselves, but it also provides information for the citizens of Citrus County.
Excellent. And I would add that this is no different than what we do now, other than we bring it to the board every time. So this increases government efficiency.
Yes, ma'am.
So, excellent. All right, then I will open up the public hearing. Would anyone like to speak on this matter? Going once, going twice, seeing none. I'm looking for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, got a motion by Commissioner Bays, a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any board discussion? Seeing none. Oh, yep, go ahead.
So, Chief, I will ask probably, I have asked Chief a question about this earlier.
There it is.
There we go. So Chief and I talked about it. I told him that I like this idea and I would support it, but to better inform our citizens, I know we have to announce it publicly, probably in the newspaper, but I was wondering about an auto call, that we get auto calls to people for other reasons. So I asked him if we could do that without cost, and he was checking in on that.
I spoke to emergency management. We do have the Everbridge program that we could do a mass notification to the citizens that voluntarily receive notifications. I also spoke with our information systems management team, and they are looking at purchasing that Everbridge program for mass notification from the county, for example, when we have a water main break. So we'll also have that resource available to ourselves.
Okay, thank you for the information, Chief. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Chief. All right, any other board comments? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Madam Clerk, my apologies for the delay. We finished opening the public at 1:30 and ought to just get the comments out. Board comments.
No worries at all. I'm certain that, audits that are always riveting. You were all just waiting for this one, weren't you? Yay, another audit. Actually,
Another boring audit, which, as you pointed out, is really good.
That is right. This is true. Agreed. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Steve, Denise, and BOCC team. We are here today to present the annual comprehensive financial report, as well as the popular annual financial report. The popular annual financial report is a condensed version of the annual financial report. I don't know exactly how many, wait a minute, pages. Let me look at the number of pages, you guys. I just want you to know that this document is
165, 66.
Is it at 165? I thought it was
66.
more than that, front and back, yeah. Go Ruthie, good job, good job. That means you read it front to back, right?
Yes.
Very excited about that.
It was stimulating.
Yes, I'm certain. I'm sure that it was. This particular report is not possible without the tremendous efforts of many people. As you read through the report, I'm sure that while it can be a lot of information to digest, it is important and vital that this information be provided to you, first of all, and then to the citizens for the transparency of the financial condition of Citrus County. I am joined today by Jeff Wolf with Moore Stevens Lovelace, who is going to present this particular report and provide the opportunity for questions and some additional information. I would very much like to thank the finance team led by my Chief of Staff, Tracy Phillips, our Finance Director, Shelley Sansone, and our super rock star, Susan Sullivan, our Senior Financial Analyst, accompanied by Charisse Parrish, who is, I think we say about Cherie, she has a magic wand, and she can go through this information and help really call out anything that needs to be corrected or updated. So it is a group effort of the team at the finance department, but also the many people in the county departments. Without their cooperation and input, this report would not be possible either. So we appreciate everyone's input and collaboration through this process. It is a tremendous effort and does not happen. We don't get there easily. Susan immediately, the stress goes away after we finally, put the binder on it. So Tracy, would you like to come and introduce Mr. Wolf with Moore Stevens, please?
So I hope that you will find that we're happy to report there are no findings. This is a clean audit. And Jeff Wolf, a shareholder from MSL, is going to join in today and give you a more formal presentation of exactly what's in the financials.
Thank you. Good afternoon. First of all, before I get started, I just again want to thank the board for allowing us to serve you as your auditors. We clearly understand we work for the board, but and also I want to just kind of echo what Angela said. It really is a team effort. A lot of work goes into this on both the clerk side and the board side, and there's a lot of collaboration that goes into these reports, and I think the reports will speak for itself on results. So government auditing standards requires us to communicate certain things of governance, which would be yourself as the board. So first is that's our responsibility as auditors. That really is to perform an audit under the applicable government auditing standards and also to render an opinion on whether those financial statements are materially correct. Management is responsible for establishing internal controls to provide reasonable assurance that those financial statements are correct, and also ultimately to prepare the financial statements, the ACFR. They are responsible for that document. Part of the audit, we do test internal controls on compliance and financial reporting. However, though, it's not enough to render an opinion, so there is no opinion on internal controls. But however, if we did find anything significant related to those controls, we would report those to you in our report, which I will go over. But again, as we've kind of already noted, no issues were noted. Significant matters, note 1 in your ACFR contains all your significant accounting policies. There was one new standard that was implemented. Overall, it didn't have a real material effect on your financial statements, but however, it was a lot of work on both the board side and the clerk side. It really evolved around IT agreements. So there was a lot of research that had to go in to do that. So although it did not have a significant impact, it was a lot of work and it was successfully implemented. There were no corrected or uncorrected misstatements, meaning the trial balance provided to us was what the trial balance finished. So I think that's really important to note, when you request financial information that you are getting, that reliable information. At the end, management did provide us with certain representations which we could provide if asked. And lastly, we completed the audit as scheduled. So with that, we'll get right on to the reports. And again, I apologize. It is repetitive, but this is a world where no news is good news. So first is our independent audit report. That is the report on whether the financial statements are materially correct. It was an unmodified opinion, which that is the highest level of assurance you can receive that your financial statements are materially correct. So that is a clean audit opinion. That's the best you can receive. The next is our report on internal control over financial reporting and compliance. Again, this is a report that I mentioned is not an opinion, but however, if we noted any significant deficiencies or material weaknesses as it relates to controls, we would report it in this letter. But once again, no findings or no issues noted. Again, the county met both the federal and state single audit thresholds of $750,000. So we are required to do separate audit on grants, both federal and state. This year we had 3 federal and 4 state, so a pretty significant load as it relates to the single audit. But again, no findings or issues noted on control or compliance issues related to those grants. Next is our Auditor General required management letter. This letter requires us to look at financial condition of the county, and also if we had any other issues we felt necessary to communicate, we would do so in this letter. Again, no compliance issues, no findings noting, so this is also, again, a clean report. Lastly is the Independent Accountant's Report. This is a report on compliance with Florida statutes as it relates to investments and the 911 funds. Again, no compliance issues, no findings noted. So overall, I think that the takeaway is a very clean audit and really no issues noted. So with that, I'll go in briefly, just some high-level financial highlights. So this is the countywide analysis. This is basically if the county was a business, meaning you're recording long-term liabilities, long-term assets, separated to your governmental activities, which include your general fund and your special revenue funds. And then on the other side, your business activities. You can see, again, under governmental activities, your unrestricted net position is still negative, and that really relates to the pension and OPEB liabilities that are really outside of the control of the county. Change in net position was $6.6 million compared to $10.9 on the governmental activities. And part of this was due to, again, that increased pension expense as the pension liability went down slightly. But overall, pretty comparable numbers. Your business type activities, I mean, your enterprise funds had a very strong 94% net position as a percentage of total expenses. That just shows your ability to meet your ongoing needs and also have a reserve for unexpected items. This takes a look at a comparison of your general fund, which is your main operating fund. I think the number that the important piece that sticks out is probably that unassigned fund balance as a percentage of total expenditures. And again, this is really your reserves and your ability to meet any unexpected things that may come up in the future. So it went from 29.8% up to 39.5%. So very, very strong, good, healthy number. And the change in fund balance was 8.9 compared to 2.1, which is really just a big part of that was just a result of increasing property tax revenue and values. Just comparison to budget. Overall, on the revenue side, came in pretty close to budget, slightly 3.3 million higher over budget. On the expenditure side, it shows that you were significantly under 17 million, but some of that does get carried forward into next year's budget. So it's important to realize that. But overall, you had a favorable variance of about 20 million compared to what was projected to end up and to what you actually ended up at the end of the year in fund balance. And lastly, looking at your significant proprietary funds, overall, your landfill, pretty consistent to last year. You had an operating income last year of 2.5. It was down slightly to 1.9. Your public utility, consistent again. Last year was 2.8. This year was 2.4. I think your biggest change would have been in the EMS fund. Last year you had a negative operating income of 4.6, and you saw turn a profit this year and have an operating income of 1.4 million. So overall, I think pretty consistent year. And again, as we mentioned before, it's the county is in a strong financial position. And we just really want to thank everybody for the hard work, and also thank Angela. I know this is her last year working with us, but we enjoyed a good relationship, and she has a great team, and we're looking forward to continue that in the future. But if there's any questions on the audit process, any of our reports, I'd be more than happy to answer that for you.
Board, anyone? Good job, thank you. We love a boring audit.
I wanted to correct one of the many people I mentioned earlier. My chief deputy of finance is Shelley Simpson. My finance director is Heather Ewing. I did not acknowledge her, and I cannot not do that. So thank you so much. Door is always open for questions and conversation about finance, if anybody wants to come and see me.
Thank you. All right. H3, or do we need a motion to accept or not? My script says we need a motion to approve and authorize.
Motion to approve H2, A and B.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any board discussion?
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, I think you also have to authorize the electronic signature.
Approve and authorize the chair and clerk as the chief financial officer to authorize the financial analyst to submit their signatures electronically on the annual financial report. Is that what you'd like read into the record?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
And is there any public comment? Sorry, I skipped to the board. Anyone like to speak on this matter? Okay, seeing none, any board discussion? I've got commissioners, well, it just popped down, so I had Schleybaugh and then Kennard. Yes, nope, 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 okay. Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. H3. Pays you're on.
Director. And this public hearing is standard procedure for applying for Federal Transit Administration operations and capital funding.
Okay. This is public hearing for section 5307 fiscal year 24-25. Do you need to say anything, or this is just standard? Okay.
This is just standard.
So I'm opening up the public hearing. Would anyone like to speak on this matter? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Board, looking for a motion for H3A and B.
Madam Chairman, move to
Or
approve.
excuse me, B and C.
I move to approve H3A, B, and C.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Schleybaugh, a second by Commissioner Bays. Is there any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, H4, public hearing for FTA section 5339 funding. And we're back.
Yes, Joanne Granger, Transit Services Director. This is standard procedure as well. This is Federal Transit Administration. 5339 is strictly for bus replacement.
Excellent, thank you for that explanation. Okay, I'll open up the public hearing. Would anyone like to speak on this matter?
Stephen Schwartz, Beverly Hills. I'm not sure if it was under here or the last one, but the only kind of question I do have is there, within the budget and the growth that we're having, is there going to be an extension of the bus routes and the more frequency of those bus routes for the general public? And again, if I'm out of line, I apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Do we have an?
We do.
I'm sorry?
We do.
Yep. I was looking for Mr. Howard because I'm always supposed to go to him. So, yes.
Okay, that is always under, we're constantly evaluating what would be the most efficient and where we can expand or where we need to adjust in order to be most efficient for the citizens.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Officially close the public hearing. No one else? All right. Looking for a motion.
Madam Chair, motion to approve H4, B, and C.
Okay.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Finnegan, a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any board discussion? Any board comments?
Yes.
Commissioner Schleybaugh.
I just wanted to say thank you for this. Both H3 and H4, there isn't any dollars that will be coming from the Citrus County taxpayers. The 25%, I believe it is coming from the FTA grants, the federal grants, the toll money, right?
For this particular item, it would be toll revenue credits.
Toll revenue credits.
For it to match this capital,
And-
it's soft match.
And I don't know how long we can keep getting those toll revenue credits, but keep it going. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree. Commissioner Finnegan?
Just left my mic on to
Okay.
do the vote.
And I think I'm now figuring out it's the left button is raise the hand. Commissioner Kennard, did you have something?
No.
Okay, then just turn them off because then I get confused as to whether you guys are wanting to talk. Thank you. No more comments? All right. All those in favor?
Turn your mic on
Aye.
Opposed? Sorry. I think that you want to talk. We're still working on a brand new system up here, so we're still trying to figure out how to throw the football. All right. Motion carries unanimously. And H5. So if everybody's mics are lit up, you guys are just wanting me to call the vote. Is that what I'm trying? Is that what I'm getting? Okay. Just, I think on the left, try the left button. I think it's a raised hand. Nope. Nope. I could just get you speaking. Okay. Kat, we need more training. Give us a thumbs up behind the window. All right. Go ahead, Joanna.
Okay, I don't know if Mr. DeFore is here in the audience. Yes, he is. Okay, so did you want to come up and present, or you want to let me do it and answer questions? It's up to you. I figured so. Okay, no problem. This is an application for a plat vacate. They're asking to vacate a 15-foot utility easement along the west line and east line of 2 lots in Riverhaven Village. And this is where the easements are. They actually are next to each other between 2 lots owned by the applicant. So you can see this is approximately where it is. You would never know there's an easement here, but there is. They've moved their post over to be out of it, and that's just on one edge of one easement and then one on the right side too. So this application has been reviewed by staff and by environmental health state staff. No concerns and recommended for approval.
Thank you. So we need to conduct a public hearing. Would anyone like to speak on this matter? Going once, going twice. Seeing none, looking for a motion.
Motion to approve H5A and B.
Second.
All right, that's PV-2023-00007. Motion by Commissioner Bays, second by Commissioner Schleybaugh. We've already done a public hearing, so is there any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, we have nothing for I. Congratulations. We have nothing further for I. So committee reports. Any? E? What? Oh, we have to go back to E. Thanks for reminding me. I was like, dang, we're almost done.
We skip all the county business.
Yeah, it's just my bad. Fortunately, it's a light audience that can sit out there and laugh at me. You try being in this chair, just saying. All righty. E. Thank you.
Madam Chair, motion to approve E1A through F.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Finnegan, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, any board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Since all our mics are lit, you better speak up if you actually want to talk.
Motion to approve E2.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Finnegan, second by Commissioner Bays. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Madam Chair, a motion to approve E3.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Bays, second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, is there any board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. E4, A and B.
Motion to approve E4, A and B.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Finnegan, a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Is there any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. E5, A and B.
Motion to approve E5, A and B.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Finnegan, a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, is there any board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Nay.
Up,
Nay.
4-1. There were one nay or two?
Two nays.
2 nays, both of you?
I was going to talk about it, but she was too fast.
Nope, let's back up. Talk about it. I want to hear.
I just think that, you know, let me get to it here. E5.
I'll slow down a little bit just to give you a chance.
We have a budget hearing, a budget meeting that Commissioner Bays requested April 29th. And before we start dispersing this money, I'd like to see a full picture of our money, where it's going. And I think that this isn't necessarily a rush if we could just wait 1 month on this. I was going to see about getting it tabled, but it went to a motion in a second so fast so that we could just get a plan together. So so if it's got a motion and a second on the floor, I'm going to vote against it. I'm not going to support it.
Good point. And Commissioner Bays?
My reasoning for not supporting this is we honestly don't know if we haven't already paid for this. I mean, we don't know in the budget if these are things that we've already secured, and we're about 45% through they're 45% of our annual budget. So again, I think what Commissioner Slabaugh said with us having a budget hearing or budget working with our constitutional officers at the end of April, this would be a good time to flush this out.
Commissioner Kennard, Commissioner Finnegan, would you like to say anything?
No, I'm prepared to support it. You know, any of these proposals that come up from constitutionals to purchase something, unless we dive into the weeds on every single one of them, you know, we have to trust that they're using their this public money properly, that they're not, you know, saying that they need the money twice for the same thing. So I don't suspect that's what the sheriff's up to here. It's a reasonable request, and looks like the money, this forfeiture money, is going for a good purpose. So I'll support it.
Okay.
Well said. I'll just concur. I keep my vote, and I'm ready to support this.
Well, I do wish since it's 45% of our budget, I do wish we had a little bit more insight into the total budget, but bring up a good point, but my vote stands, so 3-2. Thank you. E6.
Motion to approve E6.
Motion by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Bays. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, is there any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Motion to approve E7,
Second.
A, B, and C.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public comment? Is there any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Motion to approve E8.
Motion by Commissioner Finnegan.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Is there any board discussion?
Yes, ma'am.
Mhm.
Just want to note that the matching requirements and the duration of the grants aren't known at this time, but each grant will need to be reviewed by us, the board, before Citrus County Sheriff's Office can submit it. Just wanted to put that out there.
Okay. Any further comments? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Looking for a motion for E9.
Motion to approve E9.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Finnegan, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Is there any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. I'm super excited about this one.
Madam Chair, motion to approve E10,
Second.
A, B, and C.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Bays, a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. E11.
Motion to approve E11.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Bays. Is there any public comment? I see CoreCivic in the audience. Did you want to come up? You know I have a question for you. Since you're on the front page of the paper, are we going to address drug testing? It's on.
Orlando Rodriguez, warden at the Citrus County Detention Facility.
Sorry to put you on the hot seat, but that was a little embarrassing. Didn't you have correctional officers just busted for drugs? Yes, no, maybe?
We did,
Okay.
actually. We
Okay.
did have 2 officers arrested in Hernando County.
Oh, it was Hernando. It wasn't up here. Okay.
No, Hernando County at their home. They lived together, and there was a drug bust there. And the sad part is one of the officers' dad actually is a Hernando County deputy. This was communicated to Commissioner Bass, communicated to Administrator Howard once it happened. We're in constant communication or coordination with the local detective from Citrus County, working on those staff members who don't deserve to be correctional officers. These 2 individuals are actually, up to today, state certified correctional officers. And it's definitely a shame that they decided to take the wrong path. So definitely everybody's innocent until proven guilty, but for the time being, they are not working at the facility and pending the resolution of the case. But if nothing happens within the next 30 days, the individuals will be terminated.
Yeah, I was sad to read that. Obviously, all I did was read the headline. I am behind on reading the paper, so a lot going on right now. So I didn't realize it was Hernando, but I'm glad everybody's on top of it.
Yeah, actually, I was contacted by the Chronicle on it, and definitely I confirmed the information, said we're black and white. We're not denying what is plain in plain sight view. So my mission is to make sure that we employ the right individuals. The sad part is we're not new staff in corrections. There were probably tenure staff. And despite the fact that they are still certified correctional officers, because there's a process that they need to go through the state to get their certification taken away, they decided to take the wrong path.
Yeah. Well, thank you for the update and the clarification. I appreciate it.
And I
This
appreciate...
is a public venue, so it was just a good opportunity to address this publicly.
We're here to be as transparent as possible, and I really want to thank the board for approving this motion.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak on this matter? Seeing none, any board discussion?
Yes,
Commissioner Finnegan?
Yeah, I think there was some confusion on staff's end of things about what we voted on at the last meeting. And Mr. Howard, in all my paper shuffling, I didn't get the 3 options.
Let's see if Aaron can come forward just to.
So when we
Clarification.
looked at our backup information, there was the standard letter. And I said, well, wait a minute, what was the date of the signature from CoreCivic? Because when I came to you all, remember, because I said, we're going to raise the rates. I met with the warden, we worked some stuff out, and we wanted our contract monitor. And we all agreed, as soon as they put their signature on the paper and we could move forward, these fees would stop for 6 months. So the date of that was February 12th. And I believe that we should always do things. We do everything in public as we should, and just keep to the letter of what we voted for. So the assessment should be only from February 1st to the 11th, and then it should stop on the 12th and continue for 6 months. But maybe in 6 months, they'll be at full capacity, and maybe we'll never see any more fees again. But that letter was not what, that we saw is not what should go to CoreCivic, in my opinion.
Mr. Howard? Or did someone else?
Yes. We just wanted clarification. You've got, we identified like 3 possible options, but maybe if you can just clarify.
So when we went back and looked at the video in the minutes, the motion was actually to suspend the non-performance fees. Unfortunately, it was not specific to a date or how long or anything like that. So when we put it together, we just said here, they signed it in February. So, February is the first of 6 months. If you want to do it from the date they signed it, it was the 12th. The date it was fully executed, it was the 20th. So it could be any of those dates. It could start the whole month of February. It can be the whole month of March. It is whatever the board directs us to do.
Board?
I mean,
Yes.
I know what I said, the day of the meeting and the date that they sign it, we need to suspend for 6 months. The
Okay.
date that they sign it, and we all agreed. I mean, if the board sees that differently, but I felt like it was very clear, and I just believe when the board decides something, we should always stick with what we say. It just keeps things cleaner.
I agree with that in concept, but if they reviewed the tape and it wasn't clear, then here we are. Commissioner Schleybaugh?
This was in my briefing. I asked about this because I did mention that we had, that Commissioner Finnegan had made a motion to waive the fees. So I did get the motion printed out, and the motion was to waive the non-performance assessment fees in order to be a good partner and to get a contract monitor as fast as the county administrator, Steve Howard, can hire one. Unfortunately, there wasn't a date put in there, so I think we should clean this up and get the date. Core Civic did not provide a credit on the February invoice. So I think the intention was there, but the motion wasn't specific for staff. That's the way I understand it. So whatever the board decides they want to do. I supported this.
Dollars.
It's $1,000 a day. So if February is the first month, it's going to be $29,000. We won't assess. If we do it from the 12th, we'll assess them $11,000. If we do it from the 20th when it's fully executed, we'll assess them $19,000. It can start in March. So whenever.
Just to be, I mean, instead of just going through all this, if everybody, I think it's just easier to say we'll start in March and move forward and.
And it's for 6 months, right? They give them an opportunity to do that?
Yeah, so if the board directs 6 months starting in March, it'll be 6 months starting in March.
Okay.
I'll second that, starting March 1st.
Motion by Commissioner Bays, second by Commissioner Schleybaugh. We're gonna, we already have a motion on the floor. You want to undo that? Yep, or Jeff Kennard, are you good with starting March 1st? Sure. Okay, and Rebecca's obviously good.
Oh, I get, so let your first and your second.
You're the second. I have you as the second.
Yes, I'm good with that.
Okay.
I don't know, I've lost track.
Chair, can I request clarification on top of what has already been motioned for E11?
Okay, so the motion is to approve E11, and we will stop the daily fines March 1st. And you are okay with that, Commissioner Kennard? And Commissioner Bays is the seconder is.
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to vote nay on that because that is not what I agreed. That's with the warden. I felt like, I don't know how the motion then came out, but that was not what was said in this meeting. So to assess them from the whole month of February instead of just the 1st to the 11th is not what we agreed upon. So I'm going to vote nay because I am a woman of my word and I gave my word to the warden. I felt like I made it very clear here and we all agreed. So I'm going to vote nay on starting March 1.
Okay. Is there any further board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 4-1. E12.
Motion to approve E12.
Motion by Commissioner Finnegan. Anyone?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Bays. Is there any public comment on E12?
Stephen Schwartz, Beverly Hills. I just have one question. What will be the turnaround time for a denial or approval of an application once it's been submitted for that incentive program? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Mr. Howard, okay to have Mr. Cheek come up?
Yes, I see him coming forward already.
Following protocol, you're the boss.
Ken Cheek, Water Resources Director. This just extends it for 90 days. There are some people already in the process that haven't finished theirs yet.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Cheek. Appreciate it. All right. Any other public comment? Any board discussion? Seeing none? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. E13.
Motion, go ahead.
Motion to approve E13.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Bays, second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public comment on E13? Seeing none? Any board discussion?
Chair,
Yes.
just a moment of clarification because I don't know that her mic was on. I couldn't hear her, so I just wanted to verify it was Bays with the first.
Yes. Any board discussion? Seeing none? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. E14.
Motion to approve E14.
Second?
Motion by Commissioner Finnegan, a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Is there any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. E15.
Motion to approve
One.
E15.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Finnegan, a second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Is there any board discussion?
Yes.
Yes?
Sorry, and I was just looking at you because your district, I didn't know if you wanted to go. But I don't know in here, but Mr. Hollins, is very familiar with that area and has property out there. So I appreciated his comments, and wherever the start and the end is, it'd be nice to, if they go out and get the people that own that property to take a look at where they want that to begin and end. Just to reiterate Mr. Hollins' comments.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes?
I appreciate Commissioner Finnegan's comments as well as Mr. Hollins. And that was why this was tabled until this meeting, was the stakeholders wanted to make sure before we actually proceeded with putting this in place, that there would be a meeting and make sure that this idle speed zone was not going to encompass a lot of areas that it really did not need to. And so, yes, that will happen before it's actually put in place.
Thank you for that clarification. Is there any further board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. E16.
Motion to approve E16.
Second?
Motion by Commissioner Finnegan, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Is there any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. E17, A and B.
Motion to approve E17 A and B.
Hello? Anyone?
I'll go ahead and second it. I think we need to have some discussion about this.
Motion by Commissioner Schleba, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there, and what, did you say A and B?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, board discussion?
Yes.
Commissioner Kennard.
Yeah, I have been asking since shortly after Hurricane Idalia for some type of web page to be developed that would make it much easier for people to get information about these grants. Now, we had a presentation here where we walked through all of the grants that were available. And quite frankly, the people that were here left with information, again, that was clear as mud. There are an awful lot of people on the west side of this county that have heard there is some type of a grant process, but have absolutely no clue where to turn to, who to call, who to inquire about this. And so when that happens, the nonsense starts to prevail, rumors start surfacing, and people just don't know what to believe or where to turn to for help. That folks whose homes have been flooded multiple times and would be interested in elevating their homes or mitigating it in a way that so that it doesn't flood again. And so I was a bit concerned when this hit the agenda, saw that we've got $11 million and the overwhelming majority of it is government projects. Now, I've since learned that there will be another grant process, hopefully opening up in August. There's nothing to, pardon me, nothing definitive about it, but these people are still living in homes with their walls cut out from a storm in August. And they don't know if there's any help coming or not, but we're getting generators at our fire stations and so forth. That's going to leave a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths that we can't. And I understand maybe we don't have the information yet. My understanding is we don't have that information yet. But with all of the storms that occur, it is pretty unbelievable that the local governments, the state governments, the regional councils, and the federal government have not figured out a way to make this process more understandable and easily accessible to the people whose homes are destroyed in these storms. I'll support this today because, again, and I hate it, that we're up against a timeline here and we run the risk of possibly losing this money to other counties if we don't approve these projects. But we need to be on the ball like at 5:05 tonight and letting people know that there is a process, there is a grant program out there that is coming. The window will be opening in August. This is exactly how you do it. This is the person who's in charge that you can reach out to. They will help walk you through the process. So they don't get hit with it the last week in July and say, you need to apply in the next 10 days or you're going to lose your opportunity. Unfortunately, that's what happens to us, and I can see it happening to the public as well. Those people whose homes have been destroyed need to have access to this information sooner rather than later so that they can start making some decisions on what they're going to do with their home and start this process of putting their application together or being prepared to apply when that window opens. So again, I'll support it. I don't want to lose the money, but we have got to get on this other grant program so that people out there know that it's coming and can prepare for it.
Is there any other board comments? Commissioner Schleybaugh?
I hear what you're saying, and I appreciate you bringing this up. I read this, that this was just the government's. I didn't think that the personal property owner would be on this list. Are you saying that? Yeah. So we don't know how much the personal property owners gotten through this grant?
They could be on it if Joe Public, my understanding is that if Joe Public out there decided that they wanted their home on this list, that they would need to have gone through our local mitigation group and get their home on this project list and prioritized on there. ultimately, if they were awarded, they would have had to have come up with 25% of the cost to raise it. And there's, my understanding is there was a cost benefit analysis that would have had to have occurred, which made it difficult for them. You know, this may not be the right grant for them, but let the homeowners make that decision. Because the homeowners very well may have sat down with it and gone, you know what? I don't want to wait till August. I'd like to put in for this grant and let's see if I can get it. I'm okay with paying the 25%. I would like to get in on this one and try it and start the process of raising my home. But they didn't get that opportunity. Now, what I've been told is that this information was widely circulated out there. I live on the west side. I didn't hear about it. Now, I certainly, we have an elevated home that was not damaged by the flood or by the hurricane. So I would not have been involved in either one of these. But my neighbors didn't hear about it. Both of the houses on either side of my house have been flooded, and they're trying to decide what to do. We've got 3 streets out in Dixie Shores of homes that were absolutely flooded. I would be surprised if they knew about this. There are homes on Magnolia Circle in Crystal River that I know 2 of the owners out there that I don't know if they knew about this. The community of Ozello was absolutely devastated by the hurricane. I would bet you there aren't more than a handful of people have any idea about these things. So if we're putting word out there, we're putting that word out there where people are not seeing it or they can't understand what's being given to them. We have to do a better job between now and August 1st of letting people know that these options, they may not opt for it. They may say, no, we're not interested. But we have to get that information to them and let the homeowners make those decisions. The one that's coming in August could potentially be up to 100% coverage. If not, maybe it's 90-10, and maybe that's certainly more attractive to the homeowners to start making plans to elevate their house so they don't get flooded again.
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Howard, are you working on that then?
There we go. We'll be working on that. Actually, I think we'll have a plan. We'll over communicate. It is complex. Actually, the local mitigation strategy group, when I came on board as your county administrator, I felt like there was opportunities maybe missing out on. But even with third-party consultants, I was in a meeting last week and they were confused by sometimes what FEMA does and things like that. But we will go to work on this. Actually, we're already going to work on it already. We're going to over communicate and actually take the messaging to the people, and we'll get a clearer indication of what that is. But we'll make sure that everybody's communicating. I think we can do videos. There's a variety of, I think, communications that we can do to ensure that happens. So we will be all over this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner
Chair?
Kennard?
The community of Ozella has a civic association out there. I think it would be wise to reach out to the civic club and ask them when the county can come and give a presentation to them on what's coming, what their options are, well in advance. Can't be the 10 days before, but well in advance. I just met with Red Cross, and Red Cross is talking today. Red Cross is talking about doing a smoke alarm awareness and giveaway type program out in out in Ozello because of their distance from a fire station. And so we talked about ways how to best get that information out there. They're talking about going door to door with door hangers, letting people know about it. That's labor intensive for sure, but that's getting information into the hands of people that need it. We have to do a better job for those areas in our community that have been impacted by these storms and inevitably will be impacted again. I would start with the Ozella, with the Civic Association out there, and see what we can do to help spread the word that we're going to have somebody out there, we're going to have information out there to help them be prepared to make a decision when this August window opens up.
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
So, Mr. Howard, what I'm hearing, which I think is a good idea, is a real campaign to get this word out. This is the first I've heard about it from the residents. I know there was one in Crystal River, a friend of mine, that I sent them about FEMA, but somehow they opted not to do it, or it was too expensive. I can't remember what it was, but I didn't have a lot of people reach out to me because I'm District 3, no water. So, but I'm hearing a really strong campaign, and I think it's a good idea.
And I think you almost need a dedicated, what I call landing page, just for this. We've talked with staff about that, even in emergencies. I'm working with the sheriff's office for other things with hurricanes and things like that. But you need something that's easy to the public to be able to go to. We'll figure that out, but it needs to be easy for the public to get to. And actually, I like the door knocker opportunity. I think we can get volunteers to help us if we need to as well, if that's what it takes. And I think the association is a great place to start too. So we'll go to work on this and report back.
And one more thing, I still have the floor. Billboards aren't a bad idea either, so.
Right. Yep. No, I agree.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
To Commissioner Kennard's point, the Civic Club is a fantastic idea. Homosassa also has a very active Civic Club, and that would be a good way to disseminate information. But when all of the flooding happened, the commissioners even, I don't know if that's what widely spread information is, would be inundated with emails. I'm sure you all remember constantly. And I actually tried to navigate those, because if people needed help, and some things I forwarded to others. But even the information we get, and then to go to certain FEMA pages, and then you have to find which one you would go for. Like, I have some experience with grants, and I could navigate it, but I could tell that it was still complicated. And the average homeowner, especially in crisis, that would be very difficult for them to navigate. So even the information that we get, somehow that needs to be, I love the idea of a landing page. I was going to suggest maybe on our county website we could do something, but to make it simpler. Like, if this is your need, you click this link. If this is your need, and maybe a few qualifications, because they take you to this and it's a bunch of federal government talk. And it's very difficult to navigate, and I really feel for these people.
Anything else? Commissioner Bays?
So in here, it also said that the staff was looking for direction on how to apply for these and a required match. So if we would need a match for Metacrest of $250,000, a match for the generators at the fire stations of $45,000, and then the Fire Station 3 rebuild would need a match of $2 million. That's on your agenda item, so I feel like we need to be discussing where those monies would come from. And I did talk in my briefing about the fire station rebuild to raise it. My concern is the fire station in the right location?
Madam Chair.
I asked that, and the answer was yes from the chief. But anyway, yes.
Yes. So I did talk to Erin also about the funding, and she does have some good ideas for the match for funding, using some Duke funds as one of them. But if Mr. Howard would allow, I think Erin could best
Yes, Aaron,
speak to
please
that.
come forward.
As far as the fire station, I talked to Chief at length about this also in my district. That is absolutely a great place. As development comes, it's right there downtown. But to raise this fire station, the cost also includes some mitigation. So that will help with our park with the flooding. It will help with Homosassa Trail with the flooding. to match with those extra funds, for our projects, the $2 million for the station is going to be less expensive to do that now than pay 8 or wait years, 10 or $12 million later. So I'm actually in full support of that, because not only does it qualify and we get this safer fire station that is in the correct spot, it's going to help the transportation in Homosassa, people passing through. It's going to help our park. It's going to help the citizens that live and have to navigate that area. Homosassa Trail floods. I know when I leave, and that means many people on the whole side of Citrus County, you navigate a different way if you know that flooding's occurred, because you just can't navigate certain roads. And I think it's a good project. And if we can match it, you're not going to get it at a better price.
So for the project for the generators for the building, it's Meadowcrest, it's the community center or the resource center, and it is also LGB. So that's the first project. If you look under the budget impact section, it's going to be that first line, $250,000. And so we put in there for Duke funding, fiscal year 24 Duke funding that we already have, that's available, because it is a one-time expense to get these generators. And I've been told by facilities we would eventually need these generators, so we would be purchasing them anyway at some point. The fire station generators, those 3 are the next line. Fire would be using their reserves as the match for those 3 fire station generators. And then obviously the last one is that Homosassa fire station. And we did discuss several possible funding sources for that $2 million match. Obviously fire doesn't have $2 million to match that project. And some of those you'll see, we put Duke funds for next year, fiscal year 25. We put true up funds. We'll be bringing that to you April 9th for the true up for the general fund. We also put in reserves. What I will tell you, looking at what we have, there is $948,169 in reserves for capital projects. This is funding that has been rolling forward for several years. So that is an option. And then if you wanted to take the other $1,051,831 from the general fund true-up, when we bring that to you at the next meeting, the true-up for the general fund is a little over $5.1 million. So those are some options. Again, speaking with Chief Stevens, you know, I don't know if he wants to come up, but as Commissioner Finnegan said, he believes that's the appropriate place. Unfortunately, right now, I believe they have to evacuate. When there is a storm, he says that increases the time for response, 8 to 10 minutes. They believe, we even spoke to the state specifically about this project when they came to talk to us. And they were like, yeah, that's a good project. So, but any combination of that could make up the match for the fire station.
Mr. Howard, do you want to have Chief Stevens come up?
Chief Stevens, if you come forward, please.
Chairman.
Yes, I'm sorry. Okay. Did you want to go before Chief?
No.
Okay.
So yes, current location is the perfect location for response into the Homosassa area. As we move forward into the future, our goal is to build a fire station off of Cardinal Street once that population and call volume hits. So I feel that the location that it's currently at is great. This grant funding that is available to us has to be used to mitigate, meaning we can't take that station and move it to a different location. So that's the whole purpose behind this. We do have means of getting out of the station should, the 100-year flood hit and everything be flooded around the station. And obviously, we're looking at purchasing a high water vehicle eventually. And then, of course, they have a boat located in that station.
Thank you, Chief.
Sure.
Commissioner Kennard?
Chief, if the board does approve this and ultimately you build the station up, naturally that protects the real estate there. But if there's an evacuation order given for that area, aren't the trucks and all the equipment still in harm's way? What happens with all of that?
So that would be dependent on the conditions of the weather that's coming. For most of the storms that we've had impact us, they would have not have moved.
It would not have moved.
Correct.
Okay.
And unfortunately, at this current time, we do have to move them anytime we have potential because they are in flood zone A.
Okay. But with this new station, then you wouldn't have to move them?
If we elevated them above the flood zone, yes, sir.
Above the flood zone, that's moving trucks in the flood zone, like 12 feet?
Okay. And again, it would depend upon the conditions. If we knew that we were going to be flooded out, we'd probably relocate the vehicles. You could still staff that with a high water vehicle and potentially the marine unit.
Okay. All right. Makes sense.
Thank you, Chief. Does anybody else have anything for the chief?
My light is on.
Thank you. I've given up on that since there's no longer a hand raised on this. I don't know why.
I'll help you.
Thank you.
Okay, so there's eight projects on this list. 3 of them are for the county. I have a couple different questions for you, Aaron. First, if this is approved today, how long is it going to take to get the generators? Because they're never going to be as cheap as they are today. But if we do what we do and wait 3 years or 2 years or till the money's almost gone, they're ridiculous prices. So how long will that take?
So I tried to find out about how long this process would take to get the grant. What I can tell you is the applications are not due to April 30th. I do not know how long it will take them to review, but once we get the grant funding, we only have 36 months to complete the project. So it will have to be done within 36 months. Now, how long it will take to order that generator and receive it, I know there's been some supply issues. We would have to get with facilities to tell us exactly how long it would take to get that generator.
Okay. And as far as the fire station, and if this again is approved today, could you do the funding in phases also like you do? So for example, the design phase, we could maybe use true up, and then the phase 1 of the building use Duke funding for fiscal year 25 or fiscal year 24 true up or reserves. Can that be funded in phases? So that we don't prolong if the fire station being built, because again, it's affordable today. In a year, it's going to be astronomical, and so on.
So when we spoke to the state about that project in particular, and they told us it would be obviously a phased project because it's not designed yet. I think, from my understanding, we would get the grant for all of the funding for design, the funding for construction, and so we would just start when we got the grant.
Okay, and so then the 2 million maybe would be at the final, that the county is responsible for, would be maybe at the final end of the project? I'm trying to figure out budgeting the money.
So a lot of our grant awards say that when we get the grant, a lot of them then say you have to have the matching funding to start using it. Some of the grants will allow us to use all their money first and then use our money. I've not seen, obviously, this grant, but a lot of times what it is when we send in reimbursements, we have to show them getting charged 75% and us paying 25% out of our funds.
Okay. Very good, thank you.
Commissioner Bays?
So you said the grant application is April 1?
April 30th.
April 30th? I don't have a problem approving this, but I feel like if we're going to have our meeting on April 29th, maybe that would be a better discussion, like after we've kind of reviewed all of our funding to decide how we're going to do the match for that.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Kennard.
I inquired about tabling this until the next meeting. And my understanding is that the application is a 22-page application, or maybe each project?
Each project. will
Each
be a
project is 22
Ouch.
pages. So putting it off until then, and then.
No, I don't mean putting the application off. I'm saying approve this, but on our meeting April 29th, after we've had an opportunity to sit around and discuss our budget, then determine where we want the money to come from for the match. I'm saying move ahead with it, just, I think we'll have a better picture of all of our dollars and monies and how to fund things.
Maybe a better approach to it would be, and I understand what you're saying now, but maybe a better approach would be to give staff direction that we want them to look towards fire reserves where we can for their projects. Duke special funds, these are one-time costs. That would be a good place to look. Where needed, use true-up funds. And then as a last resort, go to reserves if need be and cover it that way. Then come back with a proposal saying, if awarded X, then if these, we've been awarded the money, but if these projects are approved, this is the layout on how we see this all panning out. Does that sound? I mean, is everybody okay with using those different sources, maybe in that order?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Finnegan.
I'll have to have Aaron. That's usually not how a grant would work. I would assume that on the grant for each of those projects, you have to, before you can't just say, yes, we'll match. You have to identify the source of the match. So I'm just wondering if you have time to do that and wait for a meeting and then go back. I don't know what the time of day is the next day that it's due, but you would have to identify that source.
Right. So what we could do is we have a meeting set up with the state representative tomorrow. And that's to let them know, because we were transparent with them. Obviously, LMS reviewed the projects, but the board, has the final say on what we do. So we can definitely ask them, hey, is it okay if we just say we're going to commit to the 25% funding, but I can't give you, say, an exact source? And maybe it's when we come back April 9th for the true up, we just say, if nothing else happens and we get any of these projects, we'll say true up is what we're going to use. And then maybe April 29th, after we hear, we pick different sources and we contact the state back and say, hey, it's going to be these different sources for these projects. We can find out tomorrow. And like I said, we're going to be back on the 9th for true up. So if that needs to be part of the conversation, we can provide you that information as well. This will just help us let the state know if we are going to apply and help start that very long application process.
Anything further?
Yes.
Commissioner Kennard?
And maybe it was just the way that you presented it there, but the funding source seemed very vague. And what I would not want to have repeated is the COPS grant debacle. So what I would hope is relayed to that state representative is these are the pots of funds that we're going to pull from to match. I don't know the exact percentage yet for each one. Naturally, the fire reserves we're going to use here. But we're going to use a combination of these three areas or these three pots of money to cover the remaining 25%.
So we can certainly tell them that. They're actually going to get a copy of this agenda memo. They need a copy of it. So not only will we talk to them about it, but they'll see that listed on there. Now, it doesn't seem like maybe the funding source, the way the budget impact is now, that B is going to get approved like that. But we can definitely let them know, like, here's the funding sources they're considering. It's going to be a combination of those. And we presented that so that they are aware. I'm sure normally when we have granting agencies ask for the agenda memo for the meeting minutes, we generally send them a clip. Like, we'll send them the meeting link and say, here, you can go watch it, see what they said. And a lot of them want to see that. So I'm quite sure that they will watch this as well.
Okay, great.
Excellent. Any further comments? Commissioner Schleybaugh.
So, Madam Chair, would it be prudent of me, I made the motion to amend my motion to say approval of E17A and B, and specifying with B that the 25% match would be the Duke Fund 33120, Fire Reserves and Transfers 9996, and Fire Station, a fiscal year 25 Duke funding, fiscal year 24 true up and reserves, that there would be in my motion, a combination of these funds for the 25% match.
Boy, that's a question for the clerk. It sounded perfect to me, but.
Now.
There we go.
Okay, thank you.
So I would like to amend my motion to approve E17A and B, with B providing staff direction on the 25% matching funds to be a combination of different accounts. The Duke Fund 33120, Fire Reserves and Transfers, Duke Funding 2025, fiscal year 2024 true up and reserves. You can't type that first? Sorry.
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
It's all part of the agenda memo, what she just read.
I just read from the memo.
Oh,
So that's my motion, amended motion.
I would amend my second.
Okay, and then Amy, there you go.
No.
Okay, we have an amended motion and an amended second. Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Sorry. For the clerk, what she was reading from is just underneath the budget impact funding sources chart.
See the
And then-
pencils, the pencil marks?
Do we have that?
I see the fiscal years, but I don't see this. I see the fiscal years, but what was the specific amounts that she was giving?
It's a combination of those funds.
Turn your mic on, please.
My motion was a combination of those funds for the 25% match.
Okay, I got the 25% match, but in order to have this, I have to have the exact numbers that you just read off.
I think Erin's helping her, yes?
Madam Clerk, it's not the dollar amounts that she was reading. She was reading the account numbers.
Oh, account numbers. I thought those were amounts. My
Sorry, it's a
apologies.
combination of
Okay.
those accounts.
Okay.
Okay, any further board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Motion carries painfully. Come on, guys, it's late. Can you not laugh?
When
Sorry.
you're funny,
That was,
when you're funny, I will laugh.
I know, you're the funny one. See? She gets the laugh.
Jeez.
I was actually, I'm being a smart aleck. That was a very good discussion. All right, E18,
Motion to approve E18.
A and B.
Of course.
Motion by Commissioner Finnegan. Anyone gonna give me a second? No?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Kennard. Clerk, are you okay for us to proceed? Okay. Is there any public comment on this? Is there any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. I am actually going to make the motion on E19, A and B, because I first became aware, this really was just very sad to me. Actually, I'll say that after in the board comments, but motion to approve A and B.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Davis, a second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any public comment? Seeing none. Board discussion. Someone in Crystal River let me know that there was a gentleman that has fallen into ill health, and his boat had capsized and was leaking all sorts of petro fuels into our Crystal River. And so I called my friend at FWC, and he said that's going to take us at least a year to get that out. So my next call was to Mr. Howard, who very capably managed to get this through. And we're going to get, so FWC suggested that we could apply for the grant and we could do it a lot faster. So that was 2
Yeah.
months ago, but this is
Yeah.
lightning speed for government
And they're
work.
going to pay 100% of it.
Yep, so,
Madam Chair
yes.
and board members, I hope the very next one to get pulled out of the water is the one sitting up on the oyster bars across from Twin Rivers Marina. It's been there for a couple of years now.
Well, maybe we can keep going with the FWC
Yes.
grants.
I'm already working that one.
Yes, that needs to get out
They're
of
sending,
there.
they're getting ready to give me a letter, but this will be the first one, obviously, and we'll continue on, so.
I mean, taking over a year to get, especially when they're leaking fuel, the FWC officer went by there, I think in his own boat on his own time, and said, yeah, I'd be real worried about that. But then the official word was, it's not a big enough spill. And I don't think that was FWC that said that, but it's not a big enough spill to be worried. And I'm like, okay, I don't really get this, but I know it's not the Exxon Valdez, but.
Yeah, this one's sitting right up on the marsh, the oyster bars, all of it.
Well, I got the first one under, so that's your
got it.
district. You run with it.
You got it.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
I
Did you want to speak?
did.
I'm sorry. We need more training on this. My apologies. Go ahead, Commissioner Bays.
Can somebody explain to me if this is in Crystal River, where the delineation lines are between who's responsible for these funds between Crystal River and the county?
Yeah, this is going to be state money, not county money. But I had discussions with Crystal River, and really at the end of the day, it's in water, which no one owns really. And part of it was just getting this boat out of there, but it's not going to be county funds. It'll be, once I get the letter from the grant from the state, and at that point I'll proceed. But it won't be, even though it shows budget numbers on here, well, I'm not proceeding until I get that letter, if that helps.
Well, I understand. I'm saying if it's $10,000, $420 for us to do this, and we've already identified another boat, and I'm sure there'll be another boat. If this is within Crystal River, and I'm assuming it's in the bay, is that?
It's one of the canals off of Kings Bay.
Well, I think
I mean, that's within the city limits. That's a municipality.
No, the canal is in county. It's unincorporated. It's surrounded by unincorporated homes.
I mean, that's just really my question is like, if we have things that are, if they're within the city limits of a municipality, is that the county's responsibility to?
Yeah, I think part of that, I think part of it is, we got to get it out of there, but also it's not county money. So I think that's obviously a board decision. But I think my discussions, they were going to have to wait a year on Fish and Wildlife. And I think this is an opportunity to fast track it. And I know Commissioner Kennard's got a couple of other ones out there. So obviously we won't proceed without, again, won't be county funds, it'll be state funds. So when it was brought to my attention, I went to work, and we'll continue to work with all of our partner cities and things like that. But I think that if we didn't take action today, that boat would still be out there probably for another 9-10 months probably.
Well, it's tipping, and it's going to end up blocking traffic too.
That's the issue.
With the houses that are upstream of it.
Well, I guess the reason I'm a little bit confused in here, you said the grant will reimburse 100%, but the way in the impact funding, it makes it appear as if.
That's the way staff put that on their thing. But my discussions, I will not proceed until I get the grant 100% approved.
All right.
And I made that very clear, and that's why I'm going in advance of this to make sure that you're good with us applying for the grant. All the paperwork's ready to go, and that was a process in itself just to apply for the grant and learn that process. So, but they've assured me that there's funds available. If they're there, if and when, we'll proceed.
All right, thank you.
My apologies again. So, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 4-0, although I think Commissioner Schleybaugh on the earlier vote, we'll get her officially. All right, Mr. Howard.
Just a couple updates staff gave me. DOT has scheduled a project scope clarification meeting for number 3 Halls River Road. Actually, that's today, the multi-purpose path. We'll have more information on the outcome of that meeting at the next board meeting. We'll update you there. Betts Farm, the buyer did submit to Swift Mud application for a formal determination on 3/16/24, and the buyer in Swift Mud was to meet on 3/21/24. That's the latest updates I have on your outstanding commission list.
Mr. Howard, impact fee study. The last meeting, I asked for a couple of things to be put onto this list, and so that we can kind of keep track. One is an impact fee study, and the Chassahowiska boat ramp. What are we doing with that? We've left is changing Swift Mud still on here, or looking at Swift Mud? I mean, I would just like this list to be like, we seem to look at it twice a month, but.
And I think the next presentation, I think is going to solve some of those issues. So it's more putting the county in the 21st century instead of this paper. So I think we have an opportunity for real time, and I think that the next presentation should address some of those. And if we didn't capture all those, we will capture those in dashboards to make sure we're doing that. I think we have one at the next presentation we're going to talk about, but like you said, there's a lot that are on there that we can capture, but we also got to measure what we're actually doing. And I think the public will now have an ability on the main webpage to get to this information that they don't have now. But that's going to be our next presentation. We'll ensure that they should be. If they're not there, we'll ensure that they're there.
Again, I'm going to go back to impact fee study. Time is ticking.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, staff, I know that's a process to bid it out. I think I've had discussions with staff on that. We'll again create a dashboard that'll put those next action steps. It is a process that we have to actually go through. There'll be a competitive bid process, and we can get those steps, but we can put that on there. We can actually add those steps, and I think Veronica will show that in a moment with some of those, but we'll ensure that's being done. But I have talked to staff about that, actually making sure that we accomplish that goal. But again, that's going to have to come before this board with an action, which we can. We have to put it out to bid and actually go through the procurement process.
Madam Chair?
Sir.
I think it's probably appropriate. Maybe they can do it all with one procurement, but I would think that it's appropriate to do the transportation impact study separately because the MPO can fund that, and the MPO ultimately will get reimbursed by the state. But Hernando County has the MPO do their transportation impact study, and in the past we have not. So there might be a method of reimbursement. I don't know, but if we can just have them do it and fund it, that would be better.
We'll follow up.
Very good. Anyone else? Okay, moving on then.
Madam Vice Chair, do you need my vote on E19?
Yes, ma'am.
Aye.
Thank you. Moving on to County Administrator.
I'm going to ask Veronica to come forward. This is what we were actually just talking about a moment ago with dashboards. And part of that is what I call bold accountability. So we want to make sure we're tracking the 23, closing those out in the 2024, but also listening to the board with this outstanding commissioners list. I think there's a better way to track it in dashboards, but also show the next steps as we're kind of adding these in real time, making sure something doesn't get overlooked. So we're going to talk about that if Veronica make this presentation, just kind of get the input feedback from the board. But I think this is an opportunity, I think, to be bold with accountability and ensure that we're being transparent, effective transparency for the public.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. I'm just going to go ahead and walk you through this dashboard of your outstanding commission items like you are pulling it up right on your home computer. So this, what I am going through, will be something that you are able to do 24/7, 365, you or any member of the public. So I think we're all familiar with our main website, which is citrusbocc.com. And you may have already visited our strategy page, which is the strategic planning dashboard. We do have a link to that under Administrator. And then what we have added recently, and I'll be presenting to you guys today, is this outstanding commission items list under Commissioners. So if you just go to citrusbocc.com, go up here to the top navigation to departments, and find that commissioners heading, you'll see outstanding commission items right below that. And so what this does is functionally replaces that list that you guys were just discussing with widgets that show the overall progress of the project, as well as the steps that have been taken to achieve that project and the steps that are still needed in order to complete it. So I'm just going to go through those real quick and let you guys know what you're looking at here and how it compares to the outstanding commission items list.
We can also print those out as well.
Yes,
Yeah.
so I do have printouts here. They print out very nicely if we ever wanted to have something for staff, for the citizens, I'm sorry. And just pulling this up here. So for your items number 1 and 2, you have the resolve landfill issue and land swap, as well as the citizen service area. Because those are all connected, we have combined those into one project here, and that is completing the landfill expansion project. It encompasses phase 4A, the citizen service area, and phase 4B, which you can see here what has been completed, the current status of the step that we are in progress on, and then the steps that have yet to be achieved for that, as well as a start date and a due date for those individual items. And as you scroll down, those are going to be the same as the ones that are on your list. You have number 3, Halls River. This is actually something we're already tracking as a strategic initiative on the strategy page. But we went ahead and just linked this to the plan so that if an update is made on this project, regardless of the plan that it's updated in, it'll be live right here on the website. Currently, we're waiting on final word on the appropriation for that Halls River multi-use path. And as Mr. Howard mentioned, we will have a scope clarification meeting held by FDOT today. This project is managed by FDOT, so this one may not be as specific and up to date as some of the other internal projects are. We are at their mercy to get the updates, but if it runs according to their current schedule, this is what you should be expecting. Number 4, you have the monthly updates on CoreCivic staffing. We've gone ahead and put that in here as a percentage widget. We have a baseline of 0, that would be none of the required staff. We have 100% would be all of the, I believe it's 39 staff members that are required by our agreement. And so you can see these percentages have been updated as of the last board agenda. So that will update monthly. We do have our changing water management districts on here, as mentioned before. The research has been done on that. And with the regional resiliency issues, we have combined the TBRPC ordinance with the actual vulnerability assessment that they're performing for us. So this tracks both of those items. And they're about 20% complete with that.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Bays. Commissioner Bays.
So research changing water management districts, it says 100%. It's 100% of what?
You can see it right below it. You've got the research, the process, and that was achieved. It hasn't been added to in another agenda, to my knowledge. No other board action.
That's my point. I mean, it doesn't really say you've researched it, but researched it and we're not moving, we're staying, we're doing, I mean, it's that's a very blank canvas.
We can obviously modify those to, and I think that was, it was a combination of, I think, in the county attorney looking at that, but we can always bring that back to the board. I think research was just done with the process. How would that look? It would require legislative. Obviously, there's a lot of things there. So I think the research was just done, but we can bring that back. We can have more steps, and if there's more interest, we can continue to bring other things back.
Yeah. Something you'll notice is the headings on these widgets are specifically written in a way that you should be able to determine the action that's currently being taken. So the research was the piece that's 100% completed. If we were to, let's say, get a board action that said that you wanted to pursue something like that, we would then add those steps in and adjust the title so that it reflects properly the completion percentage for the entire project and not just for that one piece.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Kennard.
To Commissioner Bay's point, once that research was done, it shouldn't be we can bring it back to if you want. It should be we finished the research, here's what we found. Does the board want to go any further with this, or getting board direction? And ultimately, if the board says, well, we're not going to pursue this, then it needs to come off of there. But in a timely fashion, when those things are completed, it needs to get back here. Let's talk about it, get some direction, keep going with it, whatever the initiative is, or get it off of there. Be done with it and keep moving forward.
Commissioner Finnegan? Nope. Commissioner what?
I don't know what's happening.
I'm sorry.
I think you can override me. That's weird. It's okay. I think your microphone mine went on and off when you did yours. Okay, just moving on. Commissioner Kennard brings up a good point that makes me ask a question. He said when something's 100% done, get it off of there, which obviously we can't as years go on, but can it go somewhere else? So if someone else is looking for finished projects, it's not just 100%, it can see, whoever can see the steps that we're taking, the timelines that occurred.
Absolutely. Once we put it into that system, we would not remove it from the system. What we would do is remove the widget from the homepage if it was no longer relevant.
And then so they could click somewhere else and see past projects.
In the future, that is my intention. Yes, I'm just getting started. So I'm starting with the foundational items, but in the future, I would like to expand it to be able to do that.
I think you have a fantastic start. It's very nice to see it laid like this.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Sorry. So with regard to this specific item, I completed the research on it. I discussed it with the commissioner who raised the issue, and there was no interest in taking it forward from there. So I'm sorry if perhaps I'm somehow dropped the ball, but I thought that if the commissioner wanted to pursue it, it would
And what
be
we
some
needed
kind
to
of
do
action.
is just get it off the outstanding commission list then. Unless any of my colleagues want to continue pursuing this, it ought to just come off. Commissioner Schlebaugh, you?
Well, what I was going to say is, on this situation, if I was a citizen and I was looking at it and it said that the research process of moving to a new water management district, it was researched 100%. If you don't have the documentation on there, then maybe put a line that the next step would be the BOCC bringing it forward. Just a little more information on it. This was, I think Commissioner Kennard brought this forward in 23. So, yeah, it would be the commissioner's responsibility once we have the information to discuss it and decide what we're going to do.
I'm happy to put that research and the what I found on an agenda, and then y'all can take it off, or y'all can decide today that you don't want to continue having it on there. Reminding everyone that there's currently litigation between Citrus County and SwiftMud. In your decisions, you might want to think about that.
Commissioner Kennard, you look like you have something on your mind.
I got a lot. I'm trying to figure out what I should say, though. What I shouldn't, more importantly. Yes, this was something that I brought forward because it did not seem like, it seemed like the relationship between the county and the district was less of a relationship and quite a bit more adversarial than necessary. And maybe that's waned a bit over the course of the year, and the steps necessary to move from one district to the district north of us. I think it's the Swanee River Water Management District. Sounds like it would be not only very cumbersome, but quite an uphill battle. And so it's not something that I was necessarily going to continue to push, but it was board direction that said, yeah, let's research this. So it should be board direction as well to say, all right, no sense in going down that road. It's far too cumbersome and time consuming, whatever. So, not pointing fingers at all. I just think that it should be something to come back to the board. Let's say, nope, don't pursue it. Let's move on. And, to Commissioner Finnegan's point, yeah, it should be something that somebody should be able to go to it, click on it and say, on April 9th, 2024, the board heard the research. I don't know that all the, gory details of the research need to go into it. Board heard the research that was done and determined X. And, that's the end of it.
Or would it be appropriate for just to have a consensus today that we don't want to pursue this? Because it's on the agenda that we're supposed to be addressing the outstanding commission items, and we can take some off. So.
Can I?
Yes.
I think Commissioner Kennard and I are saying the same thing, that, it's great that it's 100% done, but if it just sits there and it's not finalized, then what's the point of it? And that's why I was saying, should there be additional information or another line item that can be, touched and sent to another department or another direction or another link? But yeah, just sitting there 100%, it doesn't do anybody any good. As far as this being resolved today, I would have to be reminded what the study even said. It's been so long.
Just if we want to change districts.
Yeah, I mean but there was information about whether to do it or not do it. I don't even remember. It's from 23. So.
I discussed with the commissioner who raised the issue, the research that I found.
Okay, so that's why I don't remember. Okay. Well, what would, Madam Chair?
Yes.
I mean,
is your mic on? Yeah. Okay.
What are you looking from this board right now? What are you looking for?
We were asked to take things off of the outstanding commission list if they are dead on the vine or we've moved on or whatever, I believe is what they missed. Yes.
I think what we're looking for here is consensus from the board to move the list over to the Achieve It platform that I've created, and then also adjust the list based on your current priorities.
So would this end up being a consolidated list with the other items? Because right now, if I click on the homepage widget, it goes to outstanding commission list and then the strategic priorities.
If you go up to departments, under commissioners, we have outstanding commission items separated from the strategy page.
But if you go to the widget, it's also offered there.
If a staff member were to go to the internal dashboard, is that what you're looking at?
Talking about the little black box on the homepage?
Oh, yes, the alert. Sorry about that.
It goes to...
We have the strategic planning project dashboards and
so
the
my question
outstanding
is, are those
items.
going to be merged?
At this point in time, I did not plan to merge
I was
them.
trying to, I was trying to get clarification because you said move that into the Achieve It dashboard, so.
Yes, so we have a whole back end for Achieve It that you cannot even see in this particular presentation, which can hold a lot more information than what is being presented here. So we can do a lot of moving and changing in the back that won't really change the way that it's presented to you guys or to the public.
I was going to say in the future, as we create dashboards, we would agree upon what steps we're going to actually accomplish. And in fact, that would have been one of the steps that we bring it back. We could put that as one of our steps, and then we would. This exercise tonight is just showing this afternoon. Currently, it's just on a piece of paper that says Swift Mud. It talks about that, but this gives us a chance to actually, I think, do a little better job in the future to have those steps to make sure we're measuring and then ensuring that we're listening from the board when we're adding these to the agenda, and we'll come back with what those steps are.
I mean, this is clearly a work in progress, but you've made tremendous progress on this. Very much appreciate it.
And then also on the agenda, you should be able to, there'll be a link on the regular agenda. The citizen can just click it. It's going to take them right to this page. So in the future, they'd be able to go there as well to make it as easy as we can for the public.
Absolutely.
Ford?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Moving water management districts is a very difficult proposition. That at this time, I don't know if the board has the
I think we have much higher priorities to tackle, so I personally am in favor of taking it off. So.
Do you want consensus so we can
Yes,
just
please.
move on? Okay, I'm good with taking it off.
Okay, Commissioner Schleba,
I agree.
Commissioner Bays.
Move on, yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Kennard.
I'm fine.
Okay.
While you're removing items, if I could get your consensus on the
one
airport improvement FBO's wish list. I believe that is the 2022 wish list that was added to our outstanding items. And I do believe that Mr. Regan's made some significant progress on attacking that from a different angle. So I assumed that this would be something you would want to remove. I did not create a widget for it because it is not something that can really be tracked. But I would be happy to dig into that more if you wanted to keep it.
As long as Todd's on top of it, making sure that he's interacting, and I believe he is. I'm getting good reports. I'm good with that. Commissioner Kennard.
I'm just getting there right now.
Commissioner Schleba.
That's
Start at the other
actually, Veronica, that was on my list to ask you, and good job, by the way. But I didn't see the airport on this page.
It can be difficult to track a project that isn't necessarily in progress. I believe that was a list given to us and an amount of money, but not necessarily a lot of action could be taken based on those two items.
She's asking if we can take it off the old school list. It didn't make it to the new school list.
And you're saying it can't make it onto the new school list?
I did not pursue that prior to this presentation, but if it's your consensus to keep it on there, I can certainly figure out a way to present it there.
Okay.
I have some input, Madam Chair.
Absolutely.
I'd like the airport separated, Crystal River and Inverness, because I have very different ideas about my airport in my district.
And they're all, and the airports were in the 2023 targets for action too, which is something different than what this document is too. So that's why it's really confusing, is you have multiple sets of, that's why we're trying to kind of consolidate the best we can, because we have multiple things kind of going on.
This is a very tiny thing that's separate
just-
from the strategic initiatives portion.
I understand,
Yeah.
but from a timeline standpoint of keeping track of what's happening and what's not happening, I personally would like Inverness to stand on its own because I stay very involved with it. And, based on the fact that $12.5 million of the state's money, and they're looking for a return on investment. That's what was lobbied for. We lobbied for money to make it a business industrial park that would create jobs and have a return on investment. And I am 100% think that that is our goal, that is our objective, is to prove to the state that when we ask you for money, that we're putting it to work and we're doing with it exactly what we said we're going to do. So that's my benchmark.
Okay, back to the consensus. Can we take this portion off? Yes?
The airport?
The FBOs, the little, not the other, the FBO wish list.
I don't know how you separate airports and FBOs.
We had some grant money. We asked the FBO owners for what their wish list was to use the grant money for. Their wish list far outstripped what the grant money. It was some sort of tiny COVID fund.
Yeah,
like
there
it
was a small amount of money.
13,000 for one airport and 24 for the other.
And I don't think we've done anything with the grant money for Inverness, if my memory serves me correctly.
Yeah, we can. We're going to look under our targets for action. I think that's probably a real good place for that, because we are tracking them separately under.
So I pulled up here, instead of being on our outstanding commission items list, I'm on our strategy page, which is just citrusbocc.com/strategy. This is the core work that I've been doing for you guys since moving into this position, is tracking these strategic initiatives, which were identified in 2022 or 2023 and 2024. 2023, here's a good example of ones that will eventually need to fall off of this website. It's great that we can celebrate our wins for a little while, but once we have new goals for 25, I would plan to archive these and make the steps available to those individuals who may be interested without putting it on the website and clogging it up. Phase 1 for the IABP is listed on here, and you can see we're just so close to closing out Phase 1, which was that first appropriation. Phase 2 is not currently listed here, but it will be listed. I have it in the back end. I just haven't put it out onto the site yet. Until we close out Phase 1, I don't want to get started with Phase 2. But I'm tracking it in the background.
And then you'd have one for Crystal River for the extension of the runway. And
Correct,
we
and
would
that
have
one is right
those as
here. And again, it is 47% complete for pre-construction. So this does not involve, this 100% does not involve any construction activities. So this would be the environmental assessment and things like that that must happen prior to construction.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I think the discussion has gotten much broader than what we're trying to accomplish here. The item that we're trying to take off of the commissioner's list here simply revolved around those small amounts of COVID money for the 2 airports, right?
Yep.
So without getting into all the bigger stuff that's going on at the 2 airports, are we okay with pulling this agenda item off there? Did the COVID money get spent at the 2 airports?
I don't think we paid our air conditioning bill.
I don't think that's right.
It's hot.
Probably.
There we go.
I'm so comfortable.
Borrow my
Put some
fan.
clothes on.
So my understanding, it is very hot in here, is those
that
funds, those
charged?
few $1,000s we received for each airport, what we did is we used that grant funding for eligible activities that were already planned and budgeted so we can meet the grant deadline. And so now that funding is sitting there as extra to do those projects.
Okay, so they're still getting some degree of project done.
Yeah, they have the same amount of money. We just moved it. We use it for stuff they already had planned so we
Yep.
can meet the grant deadline. So that same amount of money was still waiting for them to use for whatever project.
So it's up to the FBO at this
Well,
point, or do we
I
know who's
think-
supposed to spend this money?
My understanding is they went to the FBO for a list. Todd would have to speak to what happened. I will be totally honest with you. I've never been to the FBO or a meeting of theirs. I don't know how they came about those projects.
I know we did security cameras at Crystal River. Very little, but stuff like that. So how about, I'm gonna try to, pardon the pun, bring this in for a landing. Sorry, I had to go there. Can we circle back on that particular item at the next meeting? Probably what we need to consider doing, and I need to review the strategic initiatives further, but a big part of us attracting good, really higher end economic development is going to be those 2 front doors to our county. So we do need to have that somewhere on this strategic plan to make sure that we support the FBOs and having a really nice front door to the county. So somewhere on there. But this is a lot. I mean, this is launching a strategic plan and all the interface with the communications. It's a lot. And good job, team.
What I can do is try to translate the information that I'm able to get from Mr. Regan into what I think represents this progress that's been made on this so far. And then you guys can take a look and let me know if you'd like to keep it there or maybe move some of those steps into the larger airport projects.
And now that we're into sort of my bailiwick on this stuff, I'm just telling you, this is going to really make things easy and awesome to have everything going into the system. So we'll start to think that way and be a lot more effectively transparent with the public. Okay. Do you have any other questions you need answered?
I don't believe so. We have the remaining items listed, the FY24 road resurfacing, the SCOP resurfacing, which is Duncan Field, the sale of Betts Farm, which is on track for closing on the 29th of April, the Three Sister Springs Trail. And then I did add Inverness Village 4. There had been some discussion about that project. There wasn't, again, there's not a lot to track internally because most of that is external. We've sent a letter our organization to the state. And so like that FDOT project, you can only put in the updates that you receive from the state. So I didn't create one that was send letter, receive response, because I felt like that might be a little simplistic, but I did create for you guys the IV4 preliminary engineering study that had been completed. So that study was completed, presented, and you can actually see here, this would be how I would generally put in a final step to close out a project, present results, preliminary engineering study to BOCC. So generally you would have a closing step like that. The temporary stop and permits is the only active action that the county is currently operating on for IV4. And we have that here with the expiration information and the fact that it is active. So there's some flexibility in the way that you can present information other than that 0 to 100 completion metric.
Yeah, that's nice.
But I wasn't sure if you guys would like to keep this on or if you would like to remove this. It's not officially part of your outstanding commissioners list, and I don't want it to live here if it's not where it belongs.
I'm fine with leaving it on there for more information, but if any of my colleagues want to argue to take it off, please feel free. Okay.
The alternative would be taking this information and moving it to the IV4 fact page.
I have something I want to say.
Okay.
I mean, this is great, but for those that are in this space every day, we get it. If a customer, if a constituent pulls this up, expand 491 pre-construction, I don't know that they know what that means. If they live in Floral City and really don't go over there, I mean, is that expansion of 491, is that where they're currently working, or are we expanding somewhere else? What's the idea? I mean, you pick up the newspaper and you talk about the 491 being a failing road and getting an F. We implement a class and pay study. I get that. We get it. I just don't know if the public, and that's who we're supposedly doing this for, do they understand our messaging? Do they understand fund a behavioral health facility that we took $2 million of their taxpayer money and gave it to them, and what are they doing with it? Where's it at? I mean, that's where, when I talk to people, because I've been looking at this because y'all are talking about it. So I've showed it to a few people and they're like, what does that mean to us?
Yeah, I think this is just one piece of the communication tool because this is a dashboard. The rest is video, Citrus, and we're getting thousands of views there. It's communicating, each of you communicating to your constituents. But also there's other opportunities for communications, getting that out. This is just one tool. This is really project management because what doesn't get measured doesn't get done. So if you say, hey, Steve, I want to do an impact fee study. Well, to get to an impact fee study, to get to the finish line, it takes a lot of steps. And until those steps are completed, you don't get to the finish line. And what doesn't get measured doesn't get done. So this is just one of the tools. And how can you utilize this to the public? There's other ways we're going to try to continue to do that. I've actually tested this out a little bit across the county a little bit. And obviously we don't want to make it government, but we're trying to find better ways of doing it, but it's a combination of things. And some of this is just ensuring that we're actually doing what we said we're going to do at a staff level. They get emails internally if they're off with milestones, activities, and things like that. So these are, best practices. And like we talked in the past, only 10% of everything gets done across this nation with counties and cities and in the best in class of private companies. So this just ensures that we're going to get to the finish line with these projects that you all said to do as targets for action. So this is one step in the right direction. What you had before was nothing but a piece of paper. This is getting you closer to where you need to go. So can we do better? Absolutely. We're, I think, less than 90 days in. You got NASA, Veterans Administration, best practices that are using these things. So I think we're doing the best we can. We only have one staff member doing this too. So there's a lot of activity, a lot of work that we're doing. And again, we have 44 less positions we had since 2007 and 20,000 more people. So we got to tell the story. This is just one dashboard that's good for the general public to look at as well. But again, we're letting them get behind the curtain. I think for the first time ever, it's on the first page. If you go to the first page on our website, that's never been done in this county before that I've ever seen. There's been a lot of talk, but not a lot of action. We're actually putting this bold accountability out there, which again is a lot of risk. There's a lot of risk doing that. But I think it's important to communicate to the public, this is a step in the right direction. It's not perfect, but we're going to continue to work that. This feedback input you give us today, I think it's great input feedback from the public. And if they can, we can continue to put that out. Infographics, I know the chairman has talked about that. That's another great tool, but we're just getting started. In 2024, we have a content manager coming on board. We hope we're interviewing that now. You just approved that 2 weeks ago. When that position, I think, is going to be amazing as we get going. So again, that's another opportunity to tell our story in bite sizes. So it shouldn't just be this. We can't rely on this dashboard. This dashboard is to ensure that we're better than the 10% in best in class. So that's really what this is about today.
So I'm glad Commissioner Bays asked that question. An excellent answer. That's pretty close to the one I would have given, possibly actually with less words, as much as people like to tease me about too many. But I have a question for you, Veronica. So to marry the two ideas, Steve is exactly right. You have to tell the story through videos and other media. This is just a management tool. Will Achieve It allow us to add a link to YouTube or whatever, to our YouTube channel, a specific video? So under 491 widening, we can have one of Miles' spectacular video productions that shows why it's important, what it's doing, et cetera, and it links directly to that. So if people get curious, they get an explanation.
We can do one better and actually embed the video on the same page.
Okay.
And if you guys don't mind, commissioners, I'm just going to show you what I would hope to in the future grow. Again, this is very foundational, but having my communications background, I really do have a lot of good ideas. I just don't want it to put the cart before the horse. I'd like to make sure that we're tracking everything accurately and that all staff are comfortable with the update system before we proceed. Having a digital content manager, I think, will also be a big help because as you'll see, these pages, which have currently been created by Miles Saunders in Communications, are septic to sewer project pages for those individuals who are living in Cambridge Greens. And then also the Fort Island Trail remediation project, which, as you can see here, has a video embedded, a bit of the project schedule. This is something that would easily be added into Achieve It and kind of supplant that table. But then additional contextual information for people who would want to dig in deeper. So you would have that home page, outstanding commission items, and then each item, if it rose to that level, would have an additional page with a lot more contextual information. So in the future, I do hope to do that.
I'd really like to know what Mr. Cheek thinks about having that up there. Is this awesome? This is great. Having a dashboard for the whole thing, that's wonderful.
Miles put a lot of work into these septic to sewer pages previous to our acquisition of the Achieve It software. So he did an amazing job and created a template that we can replicate for any project that we'd like.
Outstanding.
And then obviously any feedback you have for your constituents. And I agree with Commissioner Reyes. I mean, some folks might, what does 491 mean to me? So we got to make sure that it's meaningful. So that feedback inputs is critically important to make sure it's successful, to make sure we're hitting the audience.
Awesome. So are we all done? Any other board comments?
Good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Committee reports. Commissioner Kennard?
Yes, I had a Keep Citrus County Beautiful meeting.
Your mic, please. Thank you.
Why is it red sometimes and green others?
So green, I'm not getting green because that's why I've been confused a few times. That on here, it shows green with a hand raised. So it says that you want to be recognized. Red is you're live. And I don't know because I can't get, can anyone get theirs to do green?
Yes, you're in the queue at green. So
Yeah, you're in the queue.
Oh, where?
See what I mean?
That's not how the training went this morning.
That's not how, I've been telling you, I'm not crazy. It
we
was
add
working
this to the
before we started
commissioners'
1
list?
o'clock.
Yes.
Learn how to use these things. All right, so yes, I had a Keep Citrus County Beautiful meeting. And one of the things that came out of it, again, we're always talking about litter, how to reduce litter, what can be done about it. And what I found out, I just didn't realize, is there's an email address on the county website on in the solid waste department. There's an email address that people, when they see litter out on the highway, they can email. It'll go right to solid waste rather than it'll go right to the solid waste department and not rather than avoiding going through your particular commissioner to the county administrator to the department director. It cuts through all of that and goes right to the folks who need to see it so we can get out there and get it picked up. Also, Keep Citrus County Beautiful gives out an award called a Pride Award quarterly for businesses that are doing things to clean up their particular area, to improve the aesthetics, the roadside aesthetics of their particular property, things that they are doing to help our community to look better. And so what has happened in the past is that a representative from the Keep Citrus County Beautiful group has gone out to their business, handed them a plaque and congratulated them and thanked them and so forth. And we think that to give this more visibility, that rather than going out there, that we'll have them come to the county commission on a quarterly basis and give out that award at our meeting, as long as the board's okay with that, which I told them I didn't think that would be a problem, but I would bring that to y'all. So that was all that I had for you from that meeting.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
Have you guys ever discussed what we could do about roadsides with wildflowers? Because it should, this is the season of the pink phlox, which just is wildly beautiful, literally. There are other highways and so forth in the United States that really promote wildflower growth in their medians, which I assume, helps pollinators, reduces mowing costs, all those other good things. Is that something that board has taken up?
I don't know that that's necessarily on the radar. Doesn't mean it can't be, but
I would love for it to be.
The focus has really been litter and what to do about recycling. The bottom has absolutely fallen out of the recycling world, and so there was a lot of discussion in our last meeting about the county's recycling bins out at the landfill, and folks still throwing stuff in those bins that ultimately contaminate all of it and cause it to be dumped right in the landfill that we're trying to avoid. So there's a lot of discussion about that, but certainly I can bring up the wildflower issue and see what kind of appetite there is for tackling that.
I don't know if there's any truth to this, but supposedly Lady Bird Johnson used to be a visitor at Plantation Inn, and she planted bluebonnets on 44. Do you know anything about that? I heard that story when I first moved here in the 70s. Never met her. I have no idea if she stayed at the plantation. That's what I heard. Just wondering if it was rumor. It's your district. You're supposed to be on top of it. Okay. Do y'all have the giggles or what?
It's just funny and it's hot.
Commissioner Finnegan?
Yes, so Department of Juvenile Justice is having their annual one-day conference in Oxford, Florida at the Oxford Assembly of God, located at 12114 US Highway 301 in Oxford. It's called Exploring Youth Safety and Services. They have a few featured presenters, and it will be from 8:30 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. on Friday, April 19th.
That's it?
Unless you have more questions about it.
Nope, that's it.
I've got a flyer. They just put out the flyer, so I brought up the
I
flyer.
finally got these two to stop laughing, so I'm moving on.
Okay.
I had Tourist Development Council numbers have definitely softened, but I think are starting to recover, which is nice. And the new Miles Partnership creative, I thought that's my thing. I looked at the creative and I probably scared him a little bit because I said I have a couple of comments and I go, oh gosh, I remember being in that shoes. I said, wait a minute, great concept, fantastic. I have two small suggestions. So they're doing a great job. And finally, man, that just fled the building. Shout out to Alyssa who runs social media. We're back up in the number 2 position on Instagram for the state of Florida. And that's all I have. Commissioner Bays?
I have nothing.
Commissioner Schlebaugh?
No meetings.
Okay.
No committee meetings.
All right. Commissioner Schlebaugh, do you have anything?
Yes, I've been meeting with a lot of citizens, but I had the opportunity to meet with Eric Head and Marcelo, and we're thankfully this board approves a budget request to get some money for Beverly Hills and the pickleball courts, and we're moving right along. I'm very excited to have Marcelo on board. He has some great new thoughts, and Eric is working hard on this, and hopefully we can see some true movement on this soon. So I just want to put that out there. It'd be very exciting to get something in Beverly Hills done. So thank you. And thank you, Mr. Howard, for allowing me to meet with the staff and try to figure out some solutions for Beverly Hills.
I have a new appreciation for pickleball.
Yes.
I want to be the first one to see this happen.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I think that sounds great. Commissioner Kennard?
Nothing.
Okay. Commissioner Finnegan?
Nothing.
Commissioner Bays?
Nothing.
And I have nothing. County Attorney?
I have nothing, thank you.
Okay. All right, we're at our last open to the public. Would anyone like to speak? You get 3 minutes unless you have a letter on file, and let us know. Please state your name for the record and fill out a green card.
Stephen Schwartz, Beverly Hills. Commissioners, it is a delight to see other people asking you questions that I have previously asked. You were elected into office and work for the constituents who are requesting better roads for safety and their well-being. You keep looking for solutions to help manage the county budget, especially the resurfacing of the roads. Unfortunately, you can't shift a penny or two from the tourism to be used for roads. I am requesting that you place an amendment on the ballot for a 1% sales tax. The amendment would state 1% sales tax to be used solely or exclusively for the resurfacing of roads. That way, residents will know that it will be able to see things happening sooner rather than later, or not at all. You can then ask the chamber to reduce the gas tax by a penny or two, which would not hurt their objective to tourism. With the rate of growth that has already impacted our anemones and the fact that there's a grant for $500,000 for the Fort Island Gulf Beach, can you tell me what is the time frame to start revamping and adding parking spaces? I should have spoke on this on 8/5, but does the public have the opportunity to be at a budget meeting for the Sheriff's Department? Is the public allowed input on the budget for the Sheriff's Office? Who monitors the Sheriff's budget to make sure they are using the monies properly? I'm noticing new telephone poles going up along Mustang Boulevard, and they're cutting trees down. They're not just trimming the branches that would go over or possibly go over those lines, but they're actually impeding onto people's private property beyond the right-of-way that the county has. If you look along there, they have destroyed trees immensely. I would like to see somebody taking a look into that to find out why are they being allowed to be on private property. And then the only other thing that I have is what are the procedures for hearing of a relief by developers, and can the public speak? Will the public be notified of the hearing, the date, the time, and the place? And I won't take any more of your time up so you can get a quick break before your 5:05. Thank you.
Thank you.
Janet Barrett, Citrus Springs. we just went through a demonstration for the dashboard. It's so nice that all of you know what a dashboard is. I would like to know how many of the elder citizens of this county know what it is and how to use it. Most of them don't. If you ask them, go to your dashboard, they'll go to their car because that's where there's a dashboard. Okay? Trying to follow this has been wonderful. I went on it the other day when I went to look up stuff, and it took a while. I worked my way through it because I'm not stupid, but I do take time to do this stuff. How many people are willing to do that? When you put an item on there and you say that you've got it, completed, okay, what I'm thinking is there needs to be, since it's completed, it needs to have another button that you go to so that all of the resources and stuff that they looked up that says 100% completed, maybe the next commissioner to take your job can look it up because maybe that item comes up again. And then the research has already been done. So now you have a resource for the research, just like the library, okay? So the thing is, don't eliminate any of this stuff that you're putting on there. Have the title and then a button to where to go to find what was done, okay? Personally, I've been having a wonderful time with the building department and code compliance. There's a structure, a house going up not far from mine. And I call the building department. They don't open till 8 in the morning, but don't call before, call after. Okay, and they are open till 4, and they do call you back, which is nice. Okay, and then they quickly give you a number in case you got to call them back, which you really don't have time to write down, but that's okay. They at least call me back and they ask different things. And sometimes they say I have to talk to building department, and sometimes code compliance. And it gets very confusing for a citizen as to why one is building and one is code compliance. Well, all the trees that are taken down by these builders are put in the right of way. That's not the building department. You have to call code compliance. I didn't know that. How many citizens in Citrus County know that? Okay, before they start building, they're supposed to have a dumpster, they're supposed to have a porta potty and a white box permit box up. I know that. Okay, but you got to call, not the building department, code compliance. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Bob Rudemeller, also known as Skata Bob in Floral City. And I am on the list to speak 5 minutes representing Too Far. And I am speaking on behalf of Too Far. And specifically, I'd like to let everyone know how important and integral Swift Mud is to all of us here in Citrus County, including all of the citizens. Swift Mud creates a 5-year report. The latest one is issued in 2020, and it projects all of the water resources and water efforts to preserve water and maintain the environment up through 2040. Secondly, Swift Mud monitors the water levels of the aquifer. The aquifer is equivalent to your circulation system in your body. Because without water, our lives will not exist. Without water, we wouldn't even have development, because developers, the very first thing they look for is where's the water coming from? Swift Mud already has an intricate complex of water structures controlling the levels in our lakes and our dams. And that's for recreation. It's also a main reservoir for feeding water into the aquifers. Extremely important that those levels are maintained. They also manage the levels to prevent flooding as much as possible. So I'm very concerned of even hearing any type of discussion about severing the relationship with Swift Mud and moving to another water district north of here. A water district that does not even control or have anything to do with the aquifer that we rely upon. So I like to go back and think about what my grandpa told me, and that is you can get a lot more bees with honey than you can with vinegar. And I think now's the time for us to really reinforce and say some very positive things and realize how valuable Swift Mud is to the relationship that we have, the integral relationship that we have with Swift Mud. Not only that, but there are some very potential big projects that Swift Mud will be intimately involved in Citrus County. So if anything, I think we need to take steps to not only abort the effort, which you basically have done, but moreover, make a very positive statement to Swift Mud publicly and vote on it of how valuable the Swift Mud relationship is to all of us in Citrus County. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will say too, Bob, Too Far is really, I've been a big fan. You can go ahead and sit down because open to the public. Was there anyone else to speak at open to the public before we move on? No? Okay. Close open to the public. Get ahead of myself on protocol sometimes. So Too Far has been really captured everything that I love about great projects like this from the moment I heard about it. So pursuant to our other discussion, in my staff briefing Monday, I said we need to move forward as fast as possible, as fast as government can move to try to get that done. I know that's not the topic you spoke on. Swift Mud is, we got a little crossways with them, but that was quite a while ago. And my personal interactions with Swift Mud has been very positive in working with them on IV4. So I don't have anything bad to say about them. And obviously we took that off the list today. So Commissioner Kennard?
Yeah, I would, a couple things. Thank you for being here, Bob, and for your efforts with Too Far. But I think it'd be remiss to not mention that Swift Mud does not like that project in the lakes. They didn't support it. They came to the Water Authority and spoke out against it. Now, thankfully, Too Far volunteers and our legislative delegation were undeterred and still funded a START project to demonstrate the effectiveness in it. I believe in that project and I want it to be wildly successful. But Swift Mud is not a fan of it. They're not a fan of the efforts in Crystal River to vacuum dredge the bottom of the river and replant the seagrasses. They tried a sample project there, planting seagrasses in muck without removing it, fenced it off and said, see, it didn't work, and they pulled up their tent and went home. So it's not that I don't want a good relationship with them, but when they file a lawsuit against us over a boat ramp that they will lose, that leaves a bad taste in my mouth right now. So I think before we start with an agenda item praising Swift Mud for all the good work they do in our county, and they do a lot of good work in our county, I'm not negating that, but the relationship should be far more than, look at how much money we put into your county last year. The relationship should be conversation, should be working together and trying to find solutions to the many problems that we have. You know, they would tell you they don't believe that we have a water issue up here. And right now, I would agree with them. Let's not wait until we do have one. So that is the relationship that I would prefer to have with them, having good, positive conversations to get ahead of some of the issues that are coming our way. The threat to our water supply is not the development that's going on in our county now, or the development that will happen in our county in the future. Their own hydrogeologists would tell you that surface withdrawals of water from the aquifer have very minimal effect on the aquifer levels. Aquifer levels, thanks to rain this wintertime right now, are up very high. The threat comes from a lack of rain, and I believe the larger threat comes from our east, over in Sumter County, and the development that's going on over there. The unsustainable development that's going on over there. Now, our lakes are fed in large part by the rivers, or in large part by the rain, as well as by the river that travels along our county border. The very next place that the developments outside of our county borders are looking for water are the surface waters, pulling waters off of that river, holding it in reservoirs until they can use it. Citrus County, it's highly unlikely that we would ever have a need for those waters to serve our residents. That would not be for our benefit. That would be for others outside of our county's benefit. And so I've got some very real concerns about what they're up to, what's going on there. I'm as much as I don't particularly care for this group, I'm glad that it's not the individuals, it's the organization itself. But I'm glad that I sit on the water authority, the regional water authority, so we can keep an eye on what's going on. And it's not positive for Citrus County. We are making some steps. Hopefully, we can regain ownership of the Charles A. Black facility, which we should own. We should own the well field as well. Maybe we get that sometime down the road. But anyway, that would be my comments about Swift Mud.
Well said. Commissioner Bays, do you want to say anything?
Sure. Sales tax. We hear a lot about it, and it being specifically used for residential road resurfacing. The one thing I would caution on that is that we have taken an administrative regulation by this board that we're no longer going to accept any new residential development roads. So all the new developments that are coming in will have to create a mechanism for them to pay for the resurfacing of their own roads. What nobody talks about is capacity. And any capacity issues that we need, we have to have a 50% match with FDOT, particularly for 491. We have to have, if we were going to expand Venable, a number of those roads, what's the other road I'm thinking about? Rock Crusher. All of those roads are going to take money. And if we're collecting less than $9 million a year in gas taxes, where does the capacity come from? I think we're much better off served looking to see how we can create a funding mechanism through MSBUs or some other mechanism so that it's a fair and equitable way to pave resurfacing residential roads. I'm not quite sure about the comment on chamber gas tax. This county, for as long as it's, from 2010 on, I don't know how long it goes back, but we've implemented the local option gas tax. That penny stays in our county. It's not shared with anybody else. It also gives us leverage. We're the last county in our management district that gets the SCOP funding. We're probably going to outgrow the ability to get that SCOP funding. That's another issue. Sheriff's budget, once you give them the money, the governor has stated that they have full autonomy over that budget. There's nothing there. We have no recourse. Once you give it to them, it's gone. If you don't like it, the only objective is to send it to the governor and let the governor dispute it. have no idea about the easement. The one thing I would say on, Steve, you keep bringing up fair housing. You made a comment earlier today about affordable housing, but it not being subsidized. But everything that you described after that was subsidized. So the free market, you take go get the money out of your IRA or your 401k plan and go build it and get your return on your investment. And that's where we're at today. The market doesn't support it. If people buy a house in Beverly Hills and they pay $200,000 for it, if that's what they would put into their retirement or an investment account to get a return on investment, that's what they have to cover the expenses on that house. That's why the rent, the taxes, the insurance, maintenance, upkeep, that's how that number comes about. None of it's affordable. And when we talk about doing it from a government standpoint, it's still your tax dollars. It's still coming from our dollars that is going to subsidize a buy down somewhere. So if it worked in the free market, everybody would be doing it. It just doesn't work. And the only other way that you do this is the Live Local bills, other things that the state government has put in place to either give tax credits or it comes off the tax rolls. So you're subsidizing it one way or the other. I guess I'm just going to shut up.
Okay. Commissioner Finnegan, Commissioner Schleibel, either of you want to comment? Nope. All right. All right. Cheryl?
Upcoming meetings, regular meeting, April 9th, 2024 at 1 p.m., Citrus County Courthouse, room 100, 110 North Apopka Avenue, Inverness, Florida. Regular meeting, April 23rd, 2024 at 1 p.m., Citrus County Courthouse, room 100, 110 North Apopka Avenue, Inverness, Florida. Regular meeting, May 12th, 2024 at 1 p.m., Citrus County Courthouse, room 100, 110 North Apopka Avenue, Inverness, Florida. Additionally, the Constitutional Office's budget meeting has been scheduled on April 29th, 2024 at 8 a.m. at the Lecanto Government Building, room 166.
Excellent. And we have no upcoming workshops and special meetings, so we are recessed till 5:05. All right. Call this meeting back to order. Madam Attorney?
Yes, ma'am. I think I did neglect to discuss one thing with you protocol-wise before the meeting. The first thing the board needs to do once we open this is accept the backup materials into the record, and we'll do the ex parte. So, commissioners, at this time, you are going to hear PUD-2023-00010 OLP RS Partners, LLC. And with regard to this application, do you have any ex parte discussions you need to disclose for the record? And we'll start with Commissioner Slaybaugh.
No.
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 Madam Chair, if you could ask for a motion to adopt the backup materials into the
Board? Motion to adopt the backup materials?
Madam Chairman, make a motion to adopt the backup materials of this application.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Schleibauer, second by Commissioner Bays. Is there any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Madam Chair. It keeps going
We
on.
love our new system.
I know, I'm sorry. I'm going to keep keep it red. So at the conclusion of this hearing, you're going to be asked to adopt an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County Land Development Code Atlas on approximately 6.9 acres to establish a plan unit development for a commercial center in general commercial district, providing for applicability, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing. I'm sorry, I just remembered we have a court reporter and I need to read slower. Providing for severability, providing for codification and scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date. And I believe that Ms. Iserman is here on behalf of the applicant to make their presentation.
One more. No? Okay. Help. Can someone turn the podium on?
Sorry, we have a new system we're still getting used to.
And if green is no good, it has to be red. Green is you want to be recognized, and I don't know how to do that. Other than verbally. You do?
Yep.
There you go. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Perfect.
To be fair, they have changed the rules in the back room a few times today, so I am completely confused. So carry on.
No problem. We'll get there eventually. Good evening. My name is Jessica Iserman. I'm an attorney with Stearns Weaver Miller. My address is 401 East Jackson Street. I am here today representing OLP RS Partners regarding a PUD rezoning request. We do have a presentation we would like to provide to you today. You can go ahead and pull it up, please. Thank you. So we are talking about approximately 6.9 acre piece of property. This property is south of West Parkville Street and has direct access to County Road 491. It is adjacent to GNC or general commercial uses and a mobile home park to the west. So on this slide, you can see that there are multiple commercial parcels around it, specifically a Walmart directly to the north with future out parcels, a Target, and out parcels even further north of that. And then directly adjacent to us is a Culver's and a Tidal Wave Auto Spa. Next slide, please. We are currently in the general commercial future land use category, and our current zoning is general commercial as well. And you can see all properties along that 491 corridor, at least the majority of them in this area, is in that same zoning district. Next slide, please. We are requesting today to go from GNC, or general commercial, to a PUD. This allows for the creation of 6 lots. Lots 1 through 5 will allow for any P or permitted uses within the GNC list of permitted uses. Lot 6 is limited to open space and stormwater treatment that will not be able to be redeveloped in the future without undergoing a PUD amendment process. The lots 1 to 5, again, that is allowing for P or permitted GNC uses. This is not conditional uses or special uses. This is only by right permitted uses that exist today on the property. We anticipate our end users to be a Chick-fil-A, quick care, med walk-in clinic, in urgent care, and a Take 5 oil change. However, pending certain decisions made here tonight and contracts with potential end users, those could change. So we cannot make any commitments as to who those end users will be. Next slide, please. We did attend a PDC per your code, and PDC recommended approval without a deviation, which we will discuss with you later today. We are requesting 1 deviation as part of this PUD. Next slide, please. Okay. This deviation is to allow parking on an internal access drive. So what you see on this slide is a conceptual potential site plan. This is not actually what you are approving today. This is an idea of how the Chick-fil-A could be laid out if it were to go on this parcel. It is not set in stone. So even if you approve the PUD today, each parcel will still have to undergo site plan review by your staff. And the deviation is to allow for To deviate from section 3740.d.6.d, which is main access driveways from public right-of-way onto developments shall be separated from parking areas. We would like to be able, because we're providing that internal access road to all of those 6 commercial lots that we are proposing to create, it would allow for greater flexibility for that lot and how they orient their parking. Any safety concerns or anything related to that specific deviation would be addressed at the site plan level. And again, what you see, this image is not exactly how it's going to be laid out. This is just one potential option, and it'd have to be vetted by your staff through site plan review. And again, this is just to provide flexibility for that end user. Next slide, please. And with that, I would like to bring up our engineer, Brandon Hebron, to speak to some of the more specifics on the PUD plan. I'd also like to take the opportunity to introduce OLP RS Partners. We have Rick Olson, who is here today and traveled here from North Florida Panhandle to be with us, and as well as Chris Ferrari, who are representatives with the developer. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Brandon Hebron. My PE license is 96556. My background is engineering. I've been a civil engineer for 18 years, predominantly in land development. And today I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the layout for the PUD. We tried to keep this PUD as close to the LDC guidelines as possible. We've made many strides to try and keep that in alignment with the UDC or the LDC. With that, we've got 5 commercial lots for development, ranging from 0.57 all the way up to 2.015. The lots are located on an internal access drive that will have traffic access points, which is in the next slide that I'm going to get to. But the PUD concept plan will follow all LDC requirements. Okay, so now the traffic plan. All right, so the traffic plan includes 4 access points. There's one existing access point that is in between Culver's and Tidal Wave that the development will have access to. That'll be a shared access drive. There's one additional new access drive on West Parkville that will access the internal roadway network, which pulls traffic off of 491. There are also 2 new proposed access points along 491. Both of these access points were designed and negotiated during the construction agreement, which was August of 2022. There was a construction agreement that was entered between OLP RS Partners and the county. That agreement set in stone these access points, the right in, right out, the dedicated right turn lane, the dedicated left turn lane for access point 1, as well as the right in, right out access and dedicated right turn lane into the property from access point 2. So those 2 new access points are currently under construction as part of the CR 491 project. And they, I think there's a 2-year time frame on that project, but all of it accesses an internal roadway network. None of it is full access, which helps with traffic flow as well. You've spent tax dollars to improve this corridor for development purposes, and we believe this fits well with those purposes. So with that, I will go to the next slide. And
I'm going to ask our expert planner, Ken Metcalf, to come and speak to compliance with the comprehensive plan and your land development code.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Ken Metcalf. I'm Director of Planning with Stearns Weaver Miller, 106 East College Avenue, Suite 700. Happy to be here today, and it won't take a lot of time. I'm just going to briefly walk through some of the key findings. So in regard to consistency or compliance with the comprehensive plan, We've identified a number of policies that I'll just briefly touch on. That first set, policy 17.13, 17.14, objective 17.6, and policy 17.6.2 simply allow general commercial uses in the general commercial category. So all of the uses that we're proposing would be permitted as of right. Same situation for policy 17.3.20. It allows up to 1.0 floor area ratio, which is simply the ratio of the total floor area on a lot divided by the total lot area. In reality, as you may know, by the time you apply parking standards, open space, and typically in a single story configuration, the most you can ever really get is about 0.4 FAR. Sometimes you go a little higher if you're able to do a 2-story, but typically it's much lower than 1.0. But our PUD just simply cites the standards that are set out in your comprehensive plan and your code. Policy 17.5.1 simply allows PDs in all of your land use categories with the exception of your Central Ridge residential. So PDs are allowed in the GNC land use category. Policy 17.5.6 gives direction to the city to adopt PD standards, including impervious surface ratio standards. And I'll address that in a moment when I talk about the actual LDC standards. And then policy 17.11.3 requires central water and sewer in your corridor planning zone. So this project will be served by central water and sewer. So no concerns there. Policy 17.15.9 makes clear that PDs should address compatibility between adjacent uses. Again, I'll pick up on this when we go through the LDC review. For as of right uses, your LDC doesn't require a compatibility evaluation. So that ultimately doesn't apply. And then policy 17.15.12, this just requires that the project connects sidewalks to other uses. So we're connecting to the CR 491 multi-use trail based on the permitted road designs. Next slide, please. So this is a brief summary of the LDC provisions that apply. Most of these provisions are under 2412, LDC 2412. Again, that allows all of these permitted uses as of right, not subject to any compatibility review. Adopts the same 1.0 FAR standard that's set out in your comprehensive plan. The project will meet all of the setbacks, buffering, all of the items that you see listed there: landscaping, parking, stacking lanes, pedestrian circulation, lighting, signage, and drainage. Your code includes particular design standards for small size or small scale retail and large scale retail that are set out in sections 3740 and 3745. Those more detailed design standards would be addressed once we get to final permitting. Your LDC calls for a 70% impervious surface ratio. That's been applied in this case to the PUD as a whole. Part of the reason for doing that is the whole idea of a PUD is to be able to apply some creative design and make adjustments. And so we do have our lot 6, which is dedicated to stormwater water quality treatment. So we have it all consolidated in one location. We're consistent with the maximum height of 50 feet allowed under LDC section 2300. In terms of minimum lot size, I think it's important to recognize that your LDC doesn't establish a minimum lot size or a minimum width or minimum depth. It simply, like the comprehensive plan, simply indicates that the PD lot sizes have to be sufficient to accommodate a proposed use. And so what does that mean? That means that final permitting, if a user comes in and wants to do, let's just pick a number, 0.3 FAR, if they were having any difficulty fitting that, well, then that means they wouldn't be able to get 0.3 FAR. They might have to develop at 0.2 FAR. So, ultimately the end user will have to comply with these standards. I can tell you from my experience as a planner, and I'll mention this just at the end because I should have mentioned it at the outset. I have 40 years experience in professional planning in the state of Florida. About half that with the Department of Community Affairs as the state land planning agency administrator for South Florida, and about half of that in the private sector. And I can just tell you, I mean, I've worked on a lot of different plats and projects around the state over the years, and it's not unusual at all to be able to permit a commercial development on a half an acre. Our smallest lot is 0.55 acres, so there won't be any problem at all, any difficulty at all in being able to accommodate a commercial use. There may be some commercial uses that can't fit on 0.55, and that means that end user will have to adjust to the lot size that's provided. And then in terms of access points, as you've already heard from Brandon, we're following the design for CR 491 and are making pedestrian connections. With that, I'll just mention, I think, this project is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the LDC. I don't see any concerns from a consistency perspective at all. I think ultimately, once the project proceeds to final permitting, at that point, and this is reflected in the staff recommendations, then final compliance determinations would be made on a lot-by-lot basis. Thank you.
So I want to just highlight a few things that we may have touched on, but didn't dig deeper into. You heard reference to a construction agreement. The property owner at the time entered a construction agreement with the county specifically for the future development of this site and agreed to those access points. And there is an agreement that between the county and the property owner that says those access points cannot be moved essentially without consent of others. So those have been set in stone, again, with the future development of this parcel in mind. The other thing that you should be aware of is there's actually an agreement as well with the county DRA that is just to the west of this property. So again, in contemplation of future development of this site, the county entered a capacity agreement for the DRA. So that is where our stormwater volume is going to be held there, which makes it easier for development of this site because we don't have to account for volume of stormwater. We only have to account for treatment of stormwater before it goes into the county's DRA. So that small PD6 parcel, that's what that is accounting for, is the stormwater treatment. And then it'll move on volume-wise into the county DRA. And again, that was all in anticipation of future development of this site. PDC, again, they did recommend approval without the deviation that was being requested. We were found consistent with the comprehensive plan. We comply with the LDC and we're respectfully requesting approval. This property owner does work with national brands. And what you heard, especially with respect to like the smaller lot sizes, national brands have a standard. Certain brands will not contract with a property less than 2 acres or less than 1 acre or less than 0.75 acres because they know what they need space-wise. And so, the 0.55 acre parcel will be marketed, and what national brand comes in is that national brand comes in. And again, we're not requesting deviations from any other part of your code, just that one deviation to allow parking to back up for that one lot. It's not every lot that gets that deviation. It's the one lot that is PD Lot 3, which is the largest of those lots, I believe. So that's all we have, and we're available for questions. So PD Lot 3 is 1.8 acres, and PD Lot 5 is actually the largest at 2.015 acres. So it's second largest.
Madam Chair? Hi, your deviation for the extra parking spaces, it seems like the PDC had a problem with the backing out into the access. If your deviation's granted, could it be constructed where those parking spaces don't have to back out?
I think that's possible, or perhaps it's a back-in only parking space, so it's a forward exit or parallel parking spaces.
That's what I was thinking, because it just says parking, and you said, you know, I noticed on the PDC there was conceptual, and then there's, you know, it doesn't show that on there. So if it's parallel, that, you know, if it's coming one way, that could be a safe deviation. I just don't know how we would, you know, we'd want to word that. But I think the whole problem with the deviation was the backing out into the access road.
That's correct. And the deviation is required because the access road has to be separated from the parking areas. So if there's a way we can orient the parking area off of the access road, but not allowing backing up, it's possible that that can be designed like with parallel parking or, you know, reverse in only parking, like angled reverse in only parking I've seen in some downtown areas. That's certainly a possibility. And again, if you were to revise your condition or allow that deviation with a condition that, you know, it must be designed without backing in, like no backing into the access drive, I think that can be accommodated at the site plan level with some creativity with the engineers. And if it can't be accommodated, then we won't be able to use that deviation. Again, that deviation just provides flexibility to try. Sure.
Sorry. Yeah, Chris Ferrari, 14481 Old Hammond Highway, Baton Rouge. To answer it specifically, we did bring this up to Chick-fil-A as a potential concern. And one thing that they did mention is that they plan on using that rear parking for employee only, but they'd be willing to sign it that way as well. So it's branded as employee only, which would reduce the amount of occurrences that people come in and out, which would reduce the amount of potential risk that those backup parks have. But again, the specifics of how it's designed ultimately would happen with their engineering team during plan review with y'all staff.
Board, any other questions?
Not this time. Yeah. Can you pull up the slide where you asked for the deviation for me?
Sure.
This one. It's 577 in my book.
Or slide 6.
Okay. I have a few concerns about this, and I appreciate you coming today and presenting this application. This 2 circles.
Yes.
That to me, that's going to be a severe pinch point as far as flow of traffic. And I don't know, the engineer could probably answer this, and I am not an engineer, but why couldn't the parking be put in the forward section of the access road, our driveway, instead of at the back of the road?
I'm sorry, repeat that. Why couldn't it be put?
Like you have the parking here on the outside of the driveway, the internal driveway. Why couldn't that be pushed so that it wouldn't impede into the driveway, the internal driveway?
Yeah, so basically instead of on this back side, say
The
facing
smaller
the
circle,
ponds,
you have it in the front.
they would have in the front.
Yeah.
That could be arranged, yeah. So the deviation is only specific for the ability to be able to park on an internal drive like this. It's not necessarily committing to exactly how they draw it. Something like that could easily be negotiated. To your point, that could be parked, designated again, employees only within the drive on the right side to reduce that turn risk that you're talking about. So yeah, that could easily be adjusted during their engineering portion. So.
And then the other part of this, my question for you is, you know, it's you don't know who the end users are, but yet you put on what's given to me and to the public Chick-fil-A and a Take Five. And so it's confusing to me. Like, is it a Chick-fil-A or isn't it a Chick-fil-A?
So, if you're done, I can. Okay, so yeah, no, I can. We're committing that, yes, it is a Chick-fil-A, it is a Take Five, it is the urgent care. We also submitted letters of support from all of those, confirming from their brands that they are intended to do this work. The reason that we use the word specifically, we can't, like guarantee it is probably the best word to use, is because obviously, if things aren't, proceeding forward, then they could cancel their contracts. And then we can't guarantee that, say, Chick-fil-A comes if they say don't get the deviation or don't get the PUD. So then that contract goes away, and then we can't obviously bring a Chick-fil-A. So it's probably just a confusion of semantics more than anything. But no, I mean, we're here to say, and I was hoping that the letters would kind of back that up and say that these are real users. They intend to be here. We've had over a year of coordination, with some of them, at this point now, pushing up a year. But yeah, these are the users that we intend to bring here. They intend to come. They have contracts in hand with us that are executed. It's all pending on how this process goes. But again, if it doesn't go as planned, then obviously we can't guarantee that they show up. That's the intent. So.
Okay.
Hopefully that clears up. Huh?
Yeah. That might be your intent, but it's not coming off that way to me personally. But
yeah. Hi, how are you? Rick Olson, 4300 Legendary Drive, Destin, Florida. Nice to meet all of you here today. Thank you. So I am under contract with a earnest money deposit with Chick-fil-A. Okay. And so the deposit's in escrow. They have moved forward with all of their preliminary engineering, like any potential buyer would. Same thing with Take Five. We're under contract with an earnest money deposit. We've actually extended the Chick-fil-A inspection period, I think twice, and Take Five, I think 5 times, because, we just, urgent care, we've extended their project probably 6 times because we're trying to get through this process. So they're not, they're here. Chick-fil-A is committed. In fact, prior to walking into this meeting, I was on the phone with one of the head guys at Chick-fil-A, and one of my partners is on the board of Chick-fil-A. Like, we're very close with Chick-fil-A, the Chick-fil-A family. We've been doing a lot of business with them I've been doing this for 40 years. So we would never represent the word Chick-fil-A if Chick-fil-A had not authorized us to, and if we didn't have a bona fide contract, we would never do that. Like, it's something you don't do in this business. So we would never represent that. We would love to have Chick-fil-A here. Chick-fil-A would love to be here. I will tell you candidly, the people of Lecanto, I can tell you this for a fact, I know they want Chick-fil-A here because Chick-fil-A has called me multiple times saying, good God, put up a sign, Chick-fil-A coming, because our phones are blowing up, people writing letters wanting Chick-fil-A. And this came directly from Chick-fil-A corporate. So I know the residents want Chick-fil-A here. So if there's anything, I can show you a copy of the contract.
I appreciate that.
Yeah,
and
sure.
I'm probably one of the people that have tried to court Chick-fil-A for over 15 years.
Yeah.
So that's what's confusing to me is Chick-fil-A would do very well business-wise in Citrus County. I know that. I've told them that. I've told owners that. They'll probably see record sales that they wouldn't anticipate. Citrus County is a very different beast, if I may. I want to be upfront with you, and I've spent many hours on this. I wasn't privy to be here the first time 2 times you were here, because unfortunately I had some personal health issues that were pretty severe, and so I wasn't able to be here. But I don't know if this is the time to say it, but I would almost rather you have presented what the board had asked for a complete PUD with the car wash in there, and just boxes, because I feel like, oh, Chick-fil-A is coming, but no, that isn't necessarily the end user. So it's leaving me unsettled when I go through all this. It's confusing. So.
Well, first of all, let me just share that I've heard about your health issues in the past. I've also heard that things are going well for you. So praise God.
Yeah.
Great news.
Yes.
Fantastic. I hope things continue well for you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I've been through that. I'm also in the senior living business. And so I deal with seniors, I deal with the cancer issues, I deal with all of it every day. My life is quite interesting, to say the least.
Thank you.
Chris, could you come up for a moment? Because I'm really glad that Ruthie brought this up, because I'm not really sure how we got here, right? And maybe you could talk about that. Ruthie's asking a concern or question, exposing a question that she has. Explain how we got here and how.
Well, I think it's ultimately a time issue, right? So when we first came, it's probably a year and a half ago, maybe a long time ago, a lot of these deals were conceptual at that point, at an early stage, like, hey, we might have a Chick-fil-A, but we're not allowed to say anything at that time. Or, Take 5 is looking at it. In fact, the broker's sitting in the crowd now. And on those early conversations, you can't represent that these brands are coming. And so we really didn't want to overcommit and then scare people off. And so I think it's just the circumstances of the timeline of how this project has unfolded. But since it's been a year plus now, those commitments have gone hard. I think y'all saw that back in, the early fall session when we kind of updated some plans. I think we even brought one to one of the plat meetings to show, like, hey, these guys are allowing us to show you what's coming. And so we started trying to represent that and try to be as open book as we could. And then as time marched on, we've actually been granted approvals from them to represent their names, so much so that they were willing to write letters. So I think it's just the consequence of time and how deals germinate, negotiate, and ultimately get fully represented.
Yeah.
And I think it's just an unfortunate, probably misunderstanding of kind of how, maybe we could have, maybe broken some rules with them and shared earlier. But, we try to keep people's trust and wishes. So.
Yeah, and I apologize if we contributed in any way to things getting off track. I mean, we make mistakes too. We don't try to, I promise you, but it can happen. But to Chris's point, I think it was a timing thing. And I've asked Chris, how did all this happen, right?
Well, I kind of know how it happened.
Yeah.
And I think that y'all bear some responsibility in that too, because, with the PUD, which is something I wasn't here, but I watched it, and I was so glad that my fellow commissioners insisted on it rather than just a plat, but where it went off the rails from me watching it and spending many hours is when the car wash started, because that's one plat. But now you presented a PUD without the car wash in there. And I rewatched the last meeting in August 8th. I watched that meeting yesterday, and Commissioner Davis said, I understand that the car wash, these are her words, I understand the car wash possibly can't be part of the PUD, but if this is correct, I want it to be part of a master plan, and I want to see the whole picture. So I'm feeling like, are they just purposely not putting the car wash in there? Are they just trying to force an issue? And that's why I'm talking to you, because I really am curious. Where you're like, oh, we're just, they're just a bunch of country bumpkins. We're going to do whatever we want. Or was it what was the intention of, okay, it's one plat, we got the car wash here. I don't know.
I'm actually the country bumpkin, so maybe I'm not as smart as you think
No.
I am. I don't know that I've even thought through all of that, to be honest with you. But Chris, could you speak to that? I mean, because I'm not.
Yeah, so Tidalway was one of our main clients that we developed for. And we often, in order to get, great real estate, which we think this is great real estate. We'll go in and buy a much larger tract than we even know what to do with. And at the time that we acquired this, what, 2-3 years ago? It's been a while. And, with the sole intent of doing a tidal wave. But what we didn't want to do, we wanted to make sure that it connected with Culver's, and we had sessions with staff to figure out cross access and making sure that it complies with all the LDC codes. That was our only user at the time. And we really had no idea what we were going to do with the rest of it. And I've got probably 40 different iterations of, I think the very first thing we thought about was doing a bunch of single storage, actually. It was like the rest of the acreage was all storage. And then after like a day or two, we're like, that's a bad idea. We're not going to do that.
That was a terrible idea.
Yeah, so we canceled it. And so we're like, well, let's just leave it alone, but we can't just go build a car wash on 9 acres. And so let's just do that project and create a lot. And that's how that started. And that, honestly, those projects with Tidal Wave take, 24 to, I think we have one in Brandon now that's running 3.5 years. And so a lot of times those are the largest and our primary use that we go in for. And, the rest of the acreage is I wouldn't say an afterthought, but it's a pin in it until we find the right users to go with it, right? So that's how it started as its own project. As far as showing it, maybe we could have used the hatch a little less opaque, but, if you saw the rendering, we try to do a rendering of it all. It does, connect to that internal private drive on the back. We have it comply with all the, setbacks and landscape requirements in LDC. It's intended to look and feel like the rest of those out parcels and be cohesive. Again, if it's not visually represented the right way, that's on us, and we can update that, provide it, whenever y'all want to. But the intent is that it's all together. It's one cohesive development. We don't really know how to include, a permitted and at this point in time, a built project within a PUD application. So I don't even know if you can do that. Separate ownership, yeah. So that's why it's not part of the PUD. But if there's a specific one or need, like, please, we're open to hear it. And I know that there's, I think the signage permits for Tidal Wave is on hold until we had this meeting. So if there's things that we don't know yet that y'all would want to see, like, we're open to hear it. So it's.
I'm trying to, I'm not a great politician this way, because it like development. I like smart development. And so this is something I've been telling my friends. I'm a native Floridian for 30 years. You guys need to come up to Citrus County. You need to buy some land. You actually got a great piece of land. It's right in the center of our county. And but I feel like I wish if I could go back, use Commissioner Davis's Wayback Machine. I feel like by going and building that car wash, it felt like, oh, let's see what they're going to do. We're going to do this. It felt very aggressive to me. And again, just was watching a lot of this happen. I'm not saying that's what you were doing. I'm just saying that's how it felt like, okay, we didn't get a plat. We're not going to do the PUD. So we're going to go ahead and build this, and let's see how they handle it. And I don't want that attitude. I want you to feel welcome in Citrus County, but I have a real problem with that. And I have a real problem with wanting the parking deviation. Did you build that car wash to try to put us in a box to say, okay, the car wash is almost done? And I have heard, it's been told to me that, we're holding you hostage. That is not our intent at all. We want you to develop. I want you to develop. And I think that, but I have a problem by how it's happened.
Yeah. And again, all that I can do standing here is apologize the way that things have unfolded. I promise you, we've never had a single conversation ever about any of the things that you were feeling.
Because I'm a rule follower, and we're not allowed to do that.
I'll just add, no rules were broken. This, part of the reason why this parcel was purchased is because car wash was a by right use. So when they purchased the parcel, they immediately went in for a building permit because it was a by right use.
But the staff did tell them that it's one parcel, and with our code, you're allowed to have one general commercial business there on that plat.
Right, and so
So if you had intentions to do 6 other units, you kind of messed it up by doing that one, that business.
Well, obviously we can't undo anything that's been done, but I can tell you that right now, only one use can go on that entire property, and that's the car wash.
And you have that. You have the car wash.
Exactly. So that's where we are today. And, what we heard from the commission was we want to see a master plan. We worked with staff. We came up with a master plan. I understand your concerns that it doesn't include the car wash, but you can see the car wash and how it fits in with the master plan and how it fits in with traffic circulation. And what our intended end users are going to be at this point, where we didn't know that when we went in for building permits for the car wash. So we've, passed perhaps slights aside, and certainly whatever they were, where they were not intended to be disrespectful to the county in any way. But, we are here today trying to accommodate the county, the county commission's request for a master plan.
Madam Chairman, I want to ask the county, is this the only opportunity I'm going to have to ask them questions? County Attorney, Ms. Lynn. I have pages of questions.
There you go.
I'm sorry.
And now it went off.
Oops.
Now it's on.
Oh.
She can hit you.
Oh, wait,
It's
okay,
on. It's
all
on.
right, mine's on, sorry. No,
Okay.
but you haven't heard from staff's presentation yet.
Right. These are just questions I have for them. I'm going to have a bunch for the staff also. Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kennard?
Yes, thank you. I've got to tell you, I have no problem with the deviation, the parking deviation. Let me get this going here. That, yes, it would be better if the parking spots ultimately ended up parallel to the line of traffic. But the Citrus, what is it called? The Citrus Shopping Mall. Citrus Center Shopping Mall, where the Bells is located. Used to have a movie theater there, used to have some big buffet there. I forget what the name of that was. Yes. They've got, in that same plaza, they've got a couple different banks there. They got a dental center there. They got a McDonald's there. Who knows, probably 3 or 4 mattress centers there. A chiropractor? No chiropractor. I've effectively kept them out. No. Anyway, all that to say is there's a lot of traffic through that plaza. And they have exactly this type of parking at McDonald's of all places, where they back into the access road in that plaza. Never have I seen or heard of an accident due to cars backing into that access road. McDonald's has their own parking, but then there's another row of parking that does back right into that access road. And I'll tell you another place where there is a public access road. Pardon me, I got the floor right. I'll tell you another place where there is public access road that has this exact parking that backs into that access road is at the county government building in Lecanto. The road that travels along the side of the building and around back has parking spots along the back that pull straight into the building. And when those vehicles leave, they back into that access road. So we've got it at our county building, and they've got it out at that very busy
Commissioner Finnegan?
Yeah, I know there's some, maybe there's more confusion on here. What I haven't understood, and I've asked staff a bunch of times, what am I missing? And I do understand the applicant could build by right a car wash. So they buy this property, they put their car wash, they don't know what they're going to do with the rest yet, so they're not ready to plat. They come for a plat. I, for one, voted for the plat because that made sense. But the majority of this board wanted to see a plan and really pushed for the PUD. So they did that to come back for the plat, again denied, which I don't understand. And then here they're showing. So I do feel like even though the car wash isn't part of this PUD, like I can clearly see it on the bigger picture because of, you know, how they've connected the access drives. So I feel like they're doing everything that the board has asked. And I do understand why it wasn't all planned out in the beginning, because they bought a property for a car wash and they didn't know what they were going to do. So all of that makes sense to me. I'm not sure where it lies. I think that our staff will take care of the rest. They'll have to come and, you know, if that's Chick-fil-A, they're going to have to work that out with staff and make sure everything's safe. And the oil change is going to have to meet all of our codes. So I don't have any problem with this either, because I think our staff's going to make sure that all the parcels line up when it's their time.
And we have 109 projects going in Florida right now, 109. And the vast majority of those projects, we always start with one user, whether it's Chick-fil-A, whether it's tidal wave, but we have to start with one, right? So we start with the one, we work on that, and then we start master planning the rest. We just finished a project, well, we're not even finished yet, in Ocala on 95th Street, 200. And if you look at the chronological order of how we developed that property, it's exactly the same thing. We started off with tidal wave on the corner. We didn't have the second tenant for probably 6 months, which was a tire store. And then we ended up subdividing a parcel to put a Waffle House and an Eliano's Coffee on. And then the last parcel, we still have the last parcel available, and we're in conversations right now with that user. And this has been over a period of 1.5 years. So it really, truly, it's not unusual that you start off with a user, and then with that user, other users come. Just like Walmart, you start off with one user, and then other users come, out parcels. Sorry. You start off with Walmart, and then other users come. So again, I really appreciate the questions you're asking, but I promise you, we're really not that smart. We just want to do good development projects. We work with very good quality tenants and users throughout the state. And we always try to do the right thing. I mean, that's who we are. And so again, I apologize for any confusion. If we contributed to something, I apologize for that. But Commissioner Finnegan, I mean, I think you laid it out pretty well. That's really what happened here. And there's no other intent whatsoever. It's just kind of how development works. So.
Done? Oh, did you want to go again? Go ahead.
I understand how development works.
Yeah.
This was one plat, so you were allowed one general commercial business on that one piece of land. And you chose to build the car wash. That's why I'm saying it was the cart before the horse. Why didn't we go and meet and say, okay, we're going to start with a car wash, but we're going to build to do these others, and then have it divided properly. But you got what you got with the car wash. And that's why I feel like, I think you are obviously much smarter than the majority of people because you knew it was one plat.
Well, I do have planners and engineers and other people that I rely upon, frankly. And so I don't know, Chris, if you want to, address that or.
The reality is that money has to start coming into development. And a project tidal wave had to get started first before we could move forward with the rest of the property.
Yeah, I think it actually goes back prior to that, because honestly, and it's probably, reflecting on it, and Brandon was part of these conversations with staff, maybe it was just a misunderstanding on our part of how to do that one project. And that's why you saw, because we talked about it in-house, like we could do plat, do we want to plat out all these parcels and have to adjust those parcels later and amend it when we figured out what we were going to do? And we're like, well, that isn't really smart because it doesn't give you guys as much control of what happens with the rest of the property. And so we actually thought the most responsible thing to do, which could be wrong, and this might be where the confusion comes from, was to just do the one parcel for tidal wave, leave the rest as its own lot, which would force us to have to come back and get approval for all the different users we got later down the road. So we did it intentionally to leave that conversation door open and not lock it in without knowing what the users were. And then, so that's why it was submitted as a single plat to begin with, for just the tidal wave. Since then, we established these users coming in, and then with the denial of the last one, we even thought going back in before the PUD was like, okay, we're going to do this PUD like they asked, but let's get the tidal wave lot cleaned up and we'll do the PUD for the rest of it and show them exactly what we're doing so it's very clear. That's why we try to put it back in right at the beginning of the PUD process to try to clean up that mistake and then come back with the rest of it. With that denial, then we have to do the rest of it as one larger plat with all the pieces. And so typically, at least in our experience, we don't go forward and try to parcel out a bunch of potential lots, knowing that we'd have to go back and amend them later once we've actually found something. That's actually a lot more burdensome and confusing, at least in our world. And I think that was probably the unintentional mistake that you're talking about, where it's like, why would you just do the one? That's where it came from. So it's.
I'd like to add to that. The property owners have property rights. This parcel was purchased looking at the code and looking what by right uses were allowed on this property. We're trying to accommodate the county by showing a master plan and only incorporating uses that are allowed by right on the property. So past perceived slights aside, this project meets your code, and that's the criteria you have to base your decision on. The car wash met your code, received building permits from your staff because it met the code. I understand that it may have been a surprise and citizens may not have liked it, but at that time it was a permitted use in this zoning district, and we followed all of the rules and regulations, and that's what we have to show you today.
And by the way, with tidal wave, we made sure to design that tidal wave running, along parallel with the road, with upgraded landscaping, with a couple of rain showers, the grass grows pretty quickly. But we really, I know the tidal wave is very committed to the long-term relationship, in this market. They do a lot of things to support the local community with donations to nonprofits, charities, and things of that nature. I think we're up to $2 million a year that we give away to, charities and things of that nature. We're very community orientated. I was a partner in Tidal Wave before we sold the company, and now I'm the exclusive developer for the whole state of Florida. So there are things that I can talk about as far as Tidal Wave, the commitment that, we hire all local employees, including site leaders, et cetera. And so, it's, sorry?
Salaries are strong.
Yeah, we pay great salaries and benefits, and, we just opened our 210th location throughout the country. 240, sorry, yeah, 240. Things are opening faster than I can think about it. We just opened today in Ocala too, so ironically. Anyway, I'm sorry.
You're good.
Yeah.
Are you done?
Well, your attorney just said that this meets code, but it doesn't, because you're asking for a deviation on the parking.
Right, a
which is-
deviation has different criteria, and it's basically, at the board's discretion as to whether you think it's benefiting the project and benefiting the public. Of course, it is at your discretion whether to approve the PUD with the deviation or without the deviation.
Okay, and enlighten me. You're saying this meets code. The car wash meets the code. All this other stuff doesn't, because it's just one plat.
I am not, so the zoning is different than subdivision of property. After you approve the zoning, we will have to come in for a plat consistent with this approved plan. So that is the next step in the process.
Right, I understand that, but you're saying that this project meets code, but as it is right now, what you're proposing doesn't.
Do you have a code provision that we're not meeting?
Well, the car wash, it's one plat, and that plat has one general commercial business on that plat, which is the car wash.
It's actually unplatted lands.
This is one piece.
It's one piece of unplatted lands. There is no existing plat that exists.
That's what I'm saying, but you're saying that this project meets the code. I think it's just, when you're speaking,
You approve PUDs, let's say it's one parcel. This is essentially, under your logic, approving a PUD on part of one parcel, which is something that you often do. A lot of your parcels have split zoning. So that's essentially what this application is if you look at it as one lot with the car wash and all of the extra land, this is a application to rezone part of that one lot to PUD and maintain the car wash as GNC.
Okay.
Done? Commissioner Bays?
Hi. Okay, so just doing a little investigating. So July 11th was the first time you came, and it was tabled for a plat. Then you came back August 8th, and it was tabled again. And then you went ahead and proceeded, I think, with starting the car wash. And then on November 28th, you came back, and the plat was denied. But looking at the history, it all started with the lot splits from LaCanto Ventures to Culver's, and then your group, OLP, with a subdivision or a plat that was created for the initial uses. And then OLP transferred the car wash property before the car wash was built and without a subdivision or a plat. And that's where the car wash sits today, without a plat. And you have to have a plat before you can get a CO, correct?
That is correct. And that's when we came in November, we attempted to fix that improper subdivision, but it was denied by this board in anticipation of the PUD.
Right, and that was kind of what we asked for. We asked, bring us back a full plan. Let us see how this whole thing looks. And let's be honest, that whole road is very intense. Between 491, 486, there's going to be a lot of congestion, a lot of traffic.
Yeah, and hopefully the construction improvements will make that situation much better.
No, it's not. It's going to make it worse. It's not going to get any better. But some things that concern me, and my fellow Commissioner Kennard, I hear what you're saying, but I have to respectfully disagree with you, because you're talking about a very small lot with access management compared to a commercial parcel that has massive land around it that's unused. This isn't going to be the same makeup. And what I'm concerned about is you have this access road, it comes in off of Parkview down here, and then you have Culver's, but then it's blocked out, like there's no access road coming through the car wash
I can answer that. It's slide, if you can pull up slide 7. Thank you. So what you're seeing, that is the car wash parcel that is grayed out. It's grayed out because it's not part of the PUD, but we are proposing that roadway to connect to the roadway that is already constructed. That is
So that's another conceptual.
No, this is the plan that you actually are voting on, is this
I know,
orientation.
but if the car wash is not on there, we're not voting on the car wash, and that's your plan.
The car wash is already built.
No, I'm talking about the road.
The road is built.
I know, but then.
So we're proposing to connect to that road. We actually already have easements in place to use that road.
And then my next, and I was an insurance broker, and I've owned lots of commercial property. So if I come off of Parkview and I come in and I travel through here, and you have this, and then you have this parking back here, and then you have this DRA, are you creating like a commercial HOA, if you will?
A commercial POA?
Yeah.
Yeah, there is a POA associated with it. So since this drive is private, then each of the parcels that connect to it are responsible for the maintenance and management of that drive.
So then, if the parking stays on that side, who is the owner of that parking?
If it ends up being, well, I'm gonna stop using the word if Chick-fil-A develops there, Chick-fil-A owns that parcel, they own that portion of the drive, and they own the responsibility of maintaining that portion of driveway and parking on that parcel.
So if I was an insurance broker, is that piece over there going to be deeded to them?
What do you mean?
The parking? No, the parking is part of the Chick-fil-A parcel. So if you go back to
the one that's crosshatched on the other side of the access road.
So if you go back to slide 7, please. I can show you the lot lines. Thank you.
So you have the access road, and then you're proposing the parking to go on the other side of the.
So do you see PD3?
Mm-hmm.
That's the potential Chick-fil-A parcel.
Right.
On the other side, I'll call it south, the way this is oriented.
Mm-hmm.
The south side of the road, exactly right there. That's the parking. That part of the parcel is actually part of PD3, parcel PD3. So the roadway, the access roadway goes through each of the parcels. You can kind of see PD1 and PD2, their lots also cross the road. So the access road is a private access road. It's not county maintained. And each of the owners will have easements.
Right. But my question is specific to the parking that's on the opposite side of the parking lot of Chick-fil-A that you say is going to be their overflow parking to meet the requirements of parking.
Correct.
Is that parking going to be deeded to Chick-fil-A, or is that part of the?
Yes, it's deeded to Chick-fil-A because it's on their property.
On the other side of the access road?
The access road is on their property.
Yeah, the access road is on their property.
I think I might be able to clear it up. So I think the confusing part is that the road has a red boundary outline. That's not indicative of a property line. That's just outlining the road. The property traverses across the drive, so that portion of drive within those property lines that go all the blue area, that's all one piece of property. So the road and the parking is part of PDD3, just like the road and that rear portion across that drive is part of PDD2, PDD1. So it is comprised of it.
So each parcel is going to be divided up that section of road.
Yes.
And it belongs to them.
Yes. Right.
So then why would you?
It's almost, think of it like two commercial development parcels next to each other where the parking lots attach, and then the parking lot, like road within the parking lot, connects to the next parcel, the next parcel, the next parcel. I wish I had a laser pointer.
You have a little bit of a pointer here, but it's a little too bright for this.
So the easement, the road is going to be constrained within an easement, not deeded off to an HOA. The POA or the HOA is going to be made up for the responsibility of the maintenance of that portion of road within each parcel's ownership of the road. Yeah.
So.
Just like and going back to the tidal wave lot, just like the tidal wave lot, how it's a lighter gray.
Here, you can use the top button.
Just like this, well, I'm missing it.
There's the mouse.
Oh, there we go. All right. So just like this piece here that's being constructed currently, I mean, it is built today. We drove it today. This is owned by Tidal Wave Lot, right? This is within their lot or future lot. And it was built by them. The responsibility to maintain it is them. And then they're granting the other parcels access to and across it. So each parcel would have the same ownership of that portion of road and then grant the neighboring parcel access to it.
So, yeah, and then, not to confuse you any further, but where PD5 is, right behind Culver's, there will be a connecting road from there off to the side road as well. So that road will continue. Yeah, that road will continue from I don't know, I'm sorry, I don't know the name of the side road.
I see what you're
I
saying.
see it on slide 7.
Yeah. So, I mean, it really, and our planner is here. Would you mind coming up for a moment? Please.
Well, let me add one thing. The reason we push it to the back, and Brandon and Ken can probably attest to this, a lot of new developments do like that front cross access. So you pull off the road and you got to make those sharp turns left and right, and it backs traffic up onto the main highway. It's, in our experience, it's always been smarter engineering for safety to push it that cross access way to the rear of the parcels. So you get the cars off the main road, you push them to the back, and you access all your users from the rear. It slows traffic down and it decreases the risk of congestion right at the high-speed intersection.
That's exactly what I was going to have him explain. So he was an architect, so he understands it.
It's a fairly common design that's used around the state. You know, and these can be made safe operationally in a lot of different ways. I mean, there's a lot of techniques. Cities do the same thing with their mid-block crossings. If you've ever been in an urban area and right in the middle of the block, they have a pedestrian crossing. And, you know, you use signage, you use, sometimes they'll put in a small speed table, a little rise, sometimes a little chinook, if you will. There's lots of design treatments to make sure that it works safely and doesn't back up the traffic.
But I think, Chris, you explained it well. So.
Yeah, I mean, look, even specifically for Chick-fil-A, I mean, one of the first questions they asked was, can we get a dedicated driveway right off, was it 491?
Mm-hmm.
And we said, no, it's better, because they generate a lot of traffic, they do it, is to push their cars to the rear and then stack up in the back of their property and go into their queue lane. So it provides for those high volume moments in time. You don't have people stopping and directly turning into the site.
Chris, can you speak to access on PD1 and how it does not have access to 491?
Yeah, so PD1 exclusively has access off the rear drive. So there is no dedicated driveway on and off their property. And given the proposed user as Take 5 and their site plans in the packet, they're not even proposing a front access. It is purely off the rear. So, entry and exit, actually.
One other thing, on signs, you have in here, each PD lot will be permitted a minimum on-site monument sign. And that it's a monument sign design shall be consistent with the architectural theme and design and guidelines utilized of the respective PD lot, which we've required every other development to have shared signs so that we just don't have this plethora of signs all down our highways.
Your code allows one monument sign per lot, and we've added the condition that that sign must be consistent with the architectural features of the lot itself, the building on the lot itself.
But that's architectural features of the business, not the architectural features of how we like them.
Well, your code does allow flexibility for people with property and property rights.
And that's why we asked for a PUD.
Yeah, and that, look, this is whenever, and this is why we're here to listen. So if there's a specific request or need or thing that we need to hear to accommodate, I mean, we have open ears. So please let us know.
That's all I have for now.
Of course, now I start coughing. I'm the only one who hasn't spoken. Love the flu, like 2 months ago. So you have you've done a nice job with this. I do have some serious concerns, but you've done a very nice job. Please understand that we are tasked by our citizens with trying to shape growth into something that we all want to live with. The growth is here. It's a lot to try to shape this. We have all personally watched several incredibly popular businesses, which Chick-fil-A is 10 times more popular than those popular ones, back traffic up onto the highways. Fortunately, I think all of them may have been in the cities, and so it didn't fall on our email boxes, but it was quite dangerous. So the fact that you're bringing the traffic off, I really liked that. I have a real problem with the parking on those access roads because I have been stuck in Chick-fil-A traffic before. And we make no mistake, we would love to have Chick-fil-A here. But we know how popular it is, and so that's why we're looking at this, or at least me personally, I can only speak for myself. That's why I personally am looking at this with extra attention on traffic and parking and everything else. So I'm really concerned about the parking on the access roads.
Thank you for sharing that. A couple of things just real quick. So Chick-fil-A has really mastered the ability to move customers through their restaurants, through their drive-throughs, better than any restaurant chain in the country. They're still trying to figure it out. Mm-hmm. They push their apps where people can order in advance of coming to the restaurant to get their food, so it moves pretty quickly. But Chick-fil-A will not, even the preliminary plan that we presented to you, their engineers have vetted that plan fairly thoroughly. They're not going to do anything that puts their employees or their customers at risk. They value their customers. I can tell you Chick-fil-A is one of the best companies we've ever worked with because they're so community friendly and so community safety oriented. I really believe that they will make sure that they design and police their store, as they do all stores, regardless of the volume they do, so that it's a safe environment. And they would never, ever approve a plan that they haven't approved previously, where they have a lot of history with that plan, where they know there have not been any traffic issues, there have not been any accident issues. They would move away from that right away. So previously Chick-fil-A's were 1 acre in size, approximately maybe 1.15, but that was with a single drive-through. Now they've moved to a double drive-through, especially with COVID. They've moved to a double drive-through where they can get people in and out quickly, safely, and deliver the experience that their customer expects every time they go to a Chick-fil-A. So we really do put a lot of faith in their ability to design and their sites as well, which their design is not us. Their design is Chick-fil-A corporate. And so they're putting a lot of their experience on paper when they design these. So I appreciate your concern. I appreciate you sharing your concerns. But the reality is that they have the experience and the data with every site that they open to know what works and what doesn't work. Regardless of what we think sitting here today, what's going to happen, what might happen, they've got it down pretty well. And so I just want to share that with you. They're as conscious about this as you are. and more, because it's their, it's their business, their livelihood, it's their reputation. And I understand it's your reputation too as commissioners to make sure that everything is done properly. And I appreciate that. That's why I'm saying I appreciate that.
We just, we want this to grow up to be a really nice looking community, and all of
Amen.
the brands you've mentioned
Yes.
would be very nice for that shopping area that
Yes.
has been foretold for a long time. The phrase I came up with at my briefing was, it just feels like, and I'm going to amend it. At the time, I said, it feels like you're trying to put 10 pounds of sugar in a 5-pound bag. It feels like 10 pounds of sugar in an 8 or 9 pound bag. It's like it's just pushing maximum density there to the point that you're having to ask for parking deviations. And I just really wish that lot was a little bit bigger to allow for no deviations.
Yeah, so I think that with, one of the things as well is that, I think Chick-fil-A, they want to develop for the future as well. Their average site, again, was about 1.15 acres previously, years back, and this is 1.8 acres approximately, correct? And it's larger for that reason, to make sure that they do accommodate for the future. So I think what you're looking at today, is a plan that's designed for future growth as well. As the, businesses grow up, the community grows up, that they will always be there to serve the community, and a design that will work for the future. So,
but if you already need parking deviations, that's not designing for the future.
No, I understand that, but it is designing for the future, because they're anticipating their future growth and the future needs, based on the growth. They dial these sites in with market analysis, forecast, and sales of Walmarts and all the things that they do. They've got a full analytic department. They project forward what a design needs to look like. And I know this because we're involved in working on relocations of Chick-fil-A's that started with a single drive-through, is a 1.2 acre. And you know what? We're going and we're buying the 1.8 acre site, and we're moving from the smaller site to the larger site. They're building a brand new restaurant to accommodate for that growth in the future. So they're,
I have one thing to add.
Now we still need to get to staff presentation. We have more time to torture you. Go ahead.
Yes, I have.
We really need to stop meeting like this. I'm just saying.
I would love to. So to the parking question, the current Chick-fil-A's, when they talk to us, they say we need 60 to 70 spaces. The LDC requires 75 for this use, this size. So, and I'm not saying that we need the back parking for Chick-fil-A's over demand. The 60 to 70 meets their current, expanded demand of business. We would need the deviation anyway, or they would need the deviation anyway on the back parking. It just wouldn't be as many, because they can go down as low as 60. But in order to comply with the 75 requirement in the LDC, it's also requiring the things like these, 4 here on the corner to try to make that number work to meet the LDC.
So there's 4 on the corner. How many are on the back side?
I think it's like 15 or 18 or something.
Okay.
But to Ruthie's point, did I change this?
You blew it up.
Oh, sorry. But to her point, when she's like, hey, can those 4 flip on the inside and then be marked employee only, so it's inside, not right at the bend? Those are things that they'd be more than happy to entertain and sit down with staff.
I have a worse problem with that, because it's on the drive-through.
Well, if it's employees, then
It's
not
still,
business hours.
I mean, that's.
But again, I'm not the Chick-fil-A engineer. I'm just saying
Yeah.
it's not like they would be, one, you're not approving the deviation for this specific layout. This is the best layout we've got, the one that they're proposing, and they would hope to do, but it doesn't mean that it can't be adjusted with staff and their engineers. Maybe they have better ideas than we do. So.
What do you have in mind for PD2
PD
and 5?
Oh,
2
the empty
2 and
lot?
5. The next door neighbor.
I'm really glad you asked that, because we had Chipotle there under contract, deposit and everything. And they just couldn't wait any longer. And so they decided to go to an end cap in front of Walmart. So we lost them. And we thought that was a great add to our project. And their name was on there. So they were there. We had a contract, we had a deposit, but they have left us.
Yeah, at this time, there are 0 prospects.
Okay. And 5?
Again, it was 5 is the rear. It was initially going to be So part of this PDD was going to be including a conditional use for storage. And then through some of the feedback we heard and also the time issue, collectively we decided to split ways and it wasn't a best fit for them. So at this time as well, like PDD 2, there's no prospect in sight. So.
All right. Any further questions?
Just really fast, why couldn't you develop this where the parking would be going more on PD2? Why, and then why ask for a deviation?
Just have Chick-fil-A buy more land. Or we offer that.
They're not going to buy more.
Well, it's the same, you're flipping it, you're just flipping it.
Yeah.
It's like a puzzle.
Yeah. So wouldn't they then be coming across the main access drive? I'm trying to visualize. Do you have that?
It's
You were on the right slide, back up or go down. There you go.
yes, effectively. In order to create enough parking on PD2, it had to be reduced the depth of the parking, which is I think 18 and a half or 20 feet, I believe here. And then you got to drive on the other side to get to that, so it's 24. We might actually end up reducing PD2 to a non-compliant lot width to comply with the amount of parking. They would have to, I think, inevitably buy the entire parcel, which may economically push them out of the deal.
Anything further?
I'll listen to the side.
I'm sorry.
I'll listen to the staff side.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I didn't
Joe?
hear.
Okay.
I don't know how this is going. I think that you can make that parking safe. I don't know if I'm feeling consensus. So other people have asked for deviations in parking, but it's reduced parking. Is that something that you'd want to do, or would that not work?
If it's a preference to reduce the parking requirement to alleviate the need for parking on the rear drive, then that's something that as landowners we would probably entertain. Ultimately, that's a decision for Chick-fil-A. But again, part of this deviation request is to allow the increased parking requirement for the LDC.
Right.
So I'm going to say maybe because
We don't know.
they're not in the room. So
So the delta is about 15 on the straight side and 4 on the other.
Yes, ma'am.
So 60 is their requirement, 75 is ours.
it's 60 to 70. 70 is the preferred, is their
Okay.
ideal. I'm sure they would probably fit anywhere between there.
I'm sure they have that dialed in as to how many people eat in versus
Yes.
go through the drive-through.
And the majority go through the drive-through anymore. That's why they've gone to double drive-through.
Okay.
And like I said, they're willing to dedicate those spaces as employee only to reduce the amount of occurrences of in and outs on the drive.
So does that conclude the applicant's presentation?
It does.
You might want to ask them.
I was thinking the same thing.
They all sat down. I'm
Well-
sorry, it's been a long day already.
No, it's okay.
Are you done?
Yes, we are. We would appreciate an opportunity for rebuttal after staff or public
course.
comment. And again, we are here for questions. Thank you.
Sorry, I was reading body language and I know it has to be on the record. Sorry.
It would be rebuttal to public, not rebuttal to staff.
Oh, okay. Rebuttal to public.
Here we go. Good evening, Joe Hockadell, Principal Planner with Land Development. I'll try to keep my presentation short. So this application is being requested to allow for a retail center on the subject or portion of the subject property. The property in its entirety right now does include the tidal wave car wash, but the planned unit development does not include the tidal wave. So here you can see the parcel in its entirety is general commercial, and the applicant is proposing uses that are allowed by right in the general commercial district. And really one of the main reasons for the planned unit development is that this development doesn't meet land development code standards for a non-residential subdivision. So with this proposal, they're proposing to have lots that take sole access from an internal access drive, whereas the Land Development Code requires access from a right-of-way. This is not proposed to be a right-of-way. It is proposed to be an internal access drive. And so one of the real concerns with this proposal from staff is, while there's no specified minimum for a lot size in the Land Development Code, what it does say is that all new lots have to be adequate in size to accommodate the proposed use. And so with this proposal, staff's concern is that these lots are not of an adequate size to accommodate any proposed use. Although, as the applicant has indicated, there is no specific end user or even specific use associated with these parcels. So while there are conceptual plans that say Chick-fil-A and Take 5 and Quick Care Med, this planned unit development does not lock them to those specific end users, nor does it lock them to a fast food restaurant, automotive service station, or a medical office. And so staff also had concern with the deviation being proposed. There's information in the staff report from technical services saying that they do not support having parking that backs out onto the only access drive that would go through the entire development. And by having a deviation for the parking on that internal access drive, it seems to also coincide with staff's concern that these lots are not designed of an adequate size to accommodate the end user, even though there is no specific end user proposed with this PUD. And so staff does have concerns with the way this is laid out. However, the Planning and Development Commission did recommend approval of this application at their February hearing.
With denial of the parking?
Correct. They did not recommend approval of the deviation.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Is that all you got? We have
Open for questions.
Any questions?
I have
Christoph? Yes? Commissioner Schleybaugh?
Is it her turn? It would be her turn before the board. If
Okay, sorry.
I don't know. You
No?
need to ask her. She's
Do you
just
have
standing there.
questions?
Yes, I have one question I would like to ask.
Okay.
Did you review the letters of support that were submitted into the record?
We received those letters.
And did you receive a letter for the smallest lot available? The smallest lot proposed? It was the Take 5 parcel that's 0.5 acres.
Honestly, I don't remember who all they were from, but I do remember receiving letters of support.
Okay, and do you recall those letters containing information that they could accommodate their site to a 0.5 acre lot?
I do not recall.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Schleybaugh?
Okay. Hi, Joe. Okay, so we are not being asked to approve or deny a Chick-fil-A today, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The uses shown on this concept plan are not promised or certain, correct? Okay, and the suggestions are just that. They're just merely suggestions, correct?
Correct.
And I want to be very clear, and that's why I'm asking you these questions, because so that it's not reported in the paper inaccurately or on social media that I'm a commissioner that killed a Chick-fil-A in Citrus County. Because we are not voting on this to be a Chick-fil-A. We're voting on this application to see what can be done on this parcel of land. Correct?
Correct. This is for a non-residential subdivision.
Yes. Or any other uses, general commercial uses, correct?
This would allow for all permitted general commercial uses on any of the lots, with the exception of PD6, which is a stormwater and open space tract.
Okay. Staff, I think I've talked, I believe this is very intense for this piece of land, correct? I mean, staff is,
I guess that's unfair for me to say. I think that this is very intense. I've been trying to ask to, like a puzzle, can you figure this out so that, you know, I have a lot of people, and I'm one of them, that wants a Chick-fil-A, even though that's not what we're voting on today. But then I have so many other citizens that are like, we're tired of this overdevelopment. And, you know, so I'm trying to listen to both sides to figure out, but the intensity that you're asking for is, this is a constrained parcel. And it's almost more than I can support. And then asking for the parking deviation on top of that is making me find it very difficult to support it. So I don't know how to get there, but I do believe that staff has really given you the tools, and I feel like I'm just going to stop there. I think this is very intense, and I don't know how to get to the finish line.
Commissioner Bays, did you want to say something?
Not at this time.
Okay. Commissioner Finnegan?
Joe, something I had asked earlier in my briefing too, you weren't there. I don't understand, you're saying that staff has concerns about the lots not being able to be used, but we all did get the emails with these national brands saying that this works for them. I don't know that I agree with, I'd worry about intensity if everyone was accessing off of 491, but they're not. They're all getting pushed off the road. So that makes me feel very comfortable. I would just say, you know, if the developer is bringing things more of a level that the people of Lecanto and Citrus County want, you know, they just testified's the wrong word, isn't it? They just testified to over 100 developments in Florida right now. I feel they would have to be the worst ones in the world if they cut up properties that no developer would ever want to be on. That wouldn't work. Obviously, these national brands have looked at our LDC and our rules and regulations, and they're going, yeah, we absolutely can make that work. So I'm not quite sure why we as a county are saying we have concerns that it wouldn't work because they're going everywhere else and making that work. I keep hearing that the deviation is an issue. I think the deviation could work. It may not work the way you would want. And I don't know, whenever the motion's made for approval, you know, maybe that could be part of the deviation accepted, but with the exception of no rear backing into that access drive, because that potentially could be an issue. But I see a lot of good potential here, and I can see how this would work.
Are you done?
Yes, ma'am, unless you have questions.
I don't, so public hearing, yes? Okay.
Sorry, yes, ma'am.
Open up the public hearing if anyone would like to speak for or against.
Janet Barrick, Citrus Springs resident. I sat here and listened, and you finally got to the core of it. It doesn't matter who's going in there. The PUD is planned for those separate sections that they have up there. Now, I don't know about anybody else, but I go shopping a lot. And you go down any of the aisles, Walmart, Publix, any of them, and you got to back out. So all of this talk about this backing out onto this drive, and I've been to the McDonald's over in Inverness here, and I've used those parking spots, and I've backed out onto that road with no problem. My question is, does it fit what we're supposed to do for the Land Development Code? And they said they approved it. I think after an hour and a half of going around in circles, You should listen to, they spent the time, they worked with them, I'm sure, more than 2 hours to get to where they're at. Okay, your personal ideas about this, that, and the other, they don't interfere, but they are your personal thing. You've had citizens talk to you about stuff. I don't care who takes, whether it's Chick-fil-A or it's Chicken King. I don't care. If they are matching what we as a county have in our code, then I would say you need to just say, I approve it. Thank you.
Anyone else? Going once, going twice, close public hearing. With the, yes?
Staff recommended denial.
The Planning Commission recommended approval, but staff has concerns with the design.
So that was a clarification that staff did not push for approval of this. It was PDC approved it without the parking deviation.
That's correct. My understanding is, according to the staff report, there doesn't appear to be a recommendation of approval or denial. It does say if you recommend or if you do approve, there's a set of conditions, and we do not object to those conditions. I will point out one of the conditions is no backing onto the access road. So if you were to approve the deviation and prohibit backing up onto the access road, the conditions are actually already written for that scenario.
I'm sorry, is this rebuttal
Yes.
to Janet Barrick's comments?
I thought you said it was rebuttal to the public comment, to the public hearing.
Janet Barrick didn't say any of that.
Okay.
All she said was,
I really
I'm
wish
sorry.
these were in the morning. I'm sorry. Yes.
Do you have any statistics or data about how many cars an hour Chick-fil-A runs through their drive-through?
Not offhand. I'm sure Chick-fil-A does have that, and those numbers can be provided, but we don't have that offhand.
I mean, I was doing a little research. I mean, in some cases, they're saying 100 cars per hour. So if you have 100 cars, or I mean, let's say 70 cars an hour that runs through the drive-through, and you have Culver's next door, and you have all your other intensities of people coming in that access driveway. I mean, you've got some significant traffic on that access road.
Well, it's already in. Sorry, I don't know if this is part of part of our.
Okay, so why don't you jump in?
I'm sorry. This is a rebuttal, and now I don't know why everyone's up there because the lawyer usually does rebuttal. So we're just getting a little off the rails here.
Yes, so get us back on the rails, please.
So now it's time for you to close the hearing and bring the deliberations to the board.
Okay.
If I may have a quick rebuttal point.
To what Janet Barrick said, because she was the only one that testified.
Yes.
Okay.
I would like to say, first of all, we were all up here because we were just trying to accommodate you and answer your questions. And to which, I guess, you're welcome to open public hearing again and ask more questions if you have them. And we're an open book, and we want to be as helpful as possible to the county. I second everything the citizen said, and thank you for your time.
Okay. Board?
Well, I'll go ahead and make a motion. Based on competent and substantial evidence, I would recommend approval of PUD 2023-00010, A and B, with the all conditions in the staff report except for, I'm trying to find the condition about no backing. Remember what condition number that was?
Yes, sir. It's condition number 10 in the 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth bullet.
With all conditions except for that one.
You said recommend approval. That's what the PDC does. You guys are approving.
My motion is to approve it.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Finnegan. To clarify, is that motion say that it is prohibiting straight-in parking and it has to be no backing?
No, it was, let me see. It was just removing the bullet point that said parking that requires traffic to back into the shared access drive will not be permitted.
Okay, I'm a hard no at that.
Anyone else?
You gonna call the vote then? Yeah. I mean, I don't like the signage, so that's.
Okay, all
wait,
Go ahead.
Is the motion on the floor that to accept the deviation with parking?
Yes.
Oh, I can't support
But
that.
I would be willing to modify my motion or amend my motion to allow for parking on the other side of the access road, but no backing into the access road. So it would be parallel parking along the access road.
Say no backing.
Do what?
This just says no backing, so you could accept the deviation just with that extra point, I believe. Correct, Madam Attorney?
But then that also reduces the parking space count, so they're going to need another deviation from the 75.
Joe, what page is the conditions?
It's page 561.
Assuming that Chick-fil-A does come here, that's a pretty intense use of that road. Our drivers cannot handle backing into that intense use. Parking back here on Apopka, I always make it a point to back into a space because it is the devil trying to get out, and with a lot frequent traffic. So.
But we're not voting on this being a Chick-fil-A.
I'm aware of that.
What page?
561.
Yeah, page 561.
Madam Chair?
It's going to be an intense use regardless because of the small lot sizes and everything else.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Joe.
Let me take one more stab at this.
561.
I will amend my motion to include all of the conditions.
I'll amend my second.
I'd like to see the conditions.
Can I get clarification of how many conditions there are?
13 and.
Yes, there's 13 with condition 10 having 5 bullet points.
I gave her mine.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I would amend my second if Commissioner Kennard would once again amend his motion to make the motion that he made, but then maybe add a point 14, so we don't have to keep coming back here. So it would include the no backing, but the deviation where the parking must be no less than 60 spaces. I feel like they're going to want more, but if they don't hit the 75 and they're hitting 72, I don't know that we need to come back here again.
Find out if there's any support. I would gladly amend it, but.
I want to take another look at the conditions real quick, and theoretically, yes, Commissioner Kennard, but let me read this again. Of course.
bullets that you are now speaking of? She said
Doesn't look like
14.
this.
That would be if
She's
Commissioner
adding a 14.
Kennard would amend his motion to add an extra condition.
To add a condition, so the 13 with adding a condition.
We could deliberate that first, I guess. That would make things
They're still
easy.
deliberating.
Madam Chair, I know that we are out of order, and I understand that. But I'm trying to get there with y'all, and I'm not there. I can't support what is on the floor right now, but I'm trying to. So whatever way to get me past the intensity, I can't support this. It's intense. It's too intense. And I'm going to tell you that whatever restaurant goes there, and if it's a restaurant you're proposing to go there, you're going to have 10,000 Citrus County citizens coming there it's going to be a crazy number of people. Because, like I said, for 15 years, I've tried to get a Chick-fil-A here, and my family will drive to Ocala or drive to Brooksville to do this. And I know there are many, many people, and as intense as it is going to be a disaster. It's going to be something that will be, Commissioner Bays brought it up, just the number she brought up, and I think she's being generous of how many cars are going to be coming through there. It's going to be a nightmare. And how many Chick-fil-A's, even though we're not voting on a Chick-fil-A, how many Chick-fil-A's have we seen had to be remodeled 2, 3 times? The one in Brooksville has. So I can't support this as you have it right now.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
With all due respect, we cannot penalize not leaving these developers out of it. Every time someone puts a restaurant anywhere in Citrus County, of course, it is overran. Every parking spot's full. I mean, it lasts for a time and then it stays busy and people go as they go. But we have certain codes and regulations for this. We can't just now say every time a restaurant's going to come, we don't like it. Of course, any new business is going to be intense for a while. It's brand new and people love new. It doesn't matter where it is or what it is. It's going to have some intensity in the beginning.
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
It is our job. It's our job to ensure that the applications that come before us and the projects that come before us comply with our code. And the car wash has complied with our code. All this other is not complying with code.
Commissioner Schleybaugh? I was going to say, if then you propose what it would take to try to bring this in for you.
I appreciate that the developer wants to get every bit of land, every bit of business out of this piece of land, but it's too intense for me. And, I have not met with any of you all, and, maybe I'm out of the loop. I know that I didn't meet with you because we're not supposed to meet with you. But I feel like there's something I'm missing, and that we're going to dangle this Chick-fil-A out here, but it's not, maybe might not be a Chick-fil-A. I'm worried that if it is a Chick-fil-A, it's going to be a nightmare. That is a very constrained piece of land. And, Commissioner Davis said, we're trying to put 20 pounds of sugar in a 5-pound sack. And I appreciate that's your job as a developer, but it's my job as a commissioner to make sure that the citizens' quality of life is what they want it to be. And if this is going to be a nightmare backed up onto 491.
You can't. Yeah, sorry.
I'd like to say something.
See, this is the problem
has
with
the floor.
procedures. I would like to.
Well, we have a court reporter here that's taking down every bit of words that everybody is saying, so we just want to make sure that we follow our protocol. The applicant ordered the court reporter. If the applicant wants the court reporter to
Madam
leave, then
Chair,
Yeah, it's,
I will modify
yes.
my motion to include what Commissioner Finnegan put in her motion, which reduces it includes all of the conditions, but reduces the parking requirement to 60 spaces. And then we let staff handle the planning of each of these parcels individually. They will have to comply with our code. I think we stay out of the weeds on this thing. Staff will make sure that a quality end product happens on that piece of property. So you have a motion and a second on the floor.
So the 14th condition would be no fewer than 60 spaces.
Correct.
And the original 13 includes no backing into the access road.
Correct.
Okay. Commissioner Bays?
does the clerk have the motion correct? Let's make sure the clerk's got the motion correct.
I will read that back to you if you would like. Based on competent and substantial evidence, motion to approve direct the chair clerk to execute the ordinance for PUD 2023-00010 for OLP RS Partners LLC with all 13 conditions and adding a condition that parking must be no less than 60 spaces.
Sounds good.
Okay, can you modify your second?
Yes, and
I'm sorry?
Is that no less than 60 spaces on each parcel? No less than.
That's what my question.
I mean, just, you guys are
no less than
focusing only
60.
on,
Yeah.
it looks to me, it sounds to me like you're focusing only on PD 3, the Chick-fil-A, not Chick-fil-A.
Yes, no less than 60 on PD 3.
Correct.
Does that meet your legal?
It meets mine.
Okay.
I don't know if the seconder is.
yes, that's.
Commissioner
Madam
Bays,
Clerk,
do you
good.
want to make any comments on signage?
Staff notes here say shared monument signs, so I mean, I just think if you drive down through there and you've got a zillion different monument
Is that a
signs.
condition?
It's a part of the condition, but it's shared just as a note, not, but I would like to see that as shared monument sign.
Can you do one more modification and make sure it's shared monument?
Wait, can I ask a question?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so the motion is to approve this PUD with these conditions,
Mhm.
with an additional condition of
Reducing parking to 60 spaces.
on
No
each.
fewer than 60 on that one lot, which was 3, right?
Correct.
And how many parking spaces are on, what lot are we talking about, P3? How many parking spaces, not the additional, how many parking spaces are,
Please don't answer that.
no?
At this point in time, we can't reopen the
Oh.
testimony of,
This government.
I'm sorry, but
Madam Chair,
I don't know
we
if
have
any
a
of your
motion
colleagues
and a
remember.
second on the floor.
Yes, I understand that. I try to not bludgeon people. I try to bring the team along.
Yeah.
So, Commissioner Kennard, that was written as a suggestion by staff, recommendation, or is it
No,
part
shared
of the?
encourage, not a,
Okay,
they
shared,
must.
then I would suggest a revision to 4 that shared monument signs are required. How many, I don't know. I'm trying to bring one more along.
Does that bring us number 4?
Number 4 is
You.
You.
So if
Shared
that
monument
is
signs.
changed, would that make the board happy?
Well, this is everything this staff recommended.
Just buckle up. We can spend an hour and a half on signage alone.
That's what
And
you're
I'm
saying.
not going to rush it because I want to make sure I get this right.
We're staying the night.
Okay.
Because we got an 8-hour drive home. We're staying the night.
Okay.
Can I make a comment?
Sure.
I know it's a little late in the game, but
Oh, boy.
my angst about approving this is the fact that you were here 3 times and we asked for a very comprehensive plan. And if we would have the last time approved the plat for the car wash, I would surmise that you would have done it with every single parcel. You would have just come back and you would have went ahead and built and then asked for the plot. We're charged with being stewards for the taxpayers and doing a good job. And that means when developers come in, we want to be good partners. And we want partners that we can have open and honest dialogue. And if we ask for something, that you bring it back and you bring us what we asked for. And my concern is that this was a little bit of a shell game, and it leaves me uncomfortable because I don't know if there's another shell game that's coming after this, because once we approve this, we're out. Nothing comes back other than site plans to the staff, and we have no more say-so in it. And I don't know, and I just have this feeling that that you haven't been completely fair and honest with this based on what we wanted. I don't think it's a bad plan, other than I think you're, again, trying to cram 20 pounds of sand into a 2-pound sandbag. But I mean, with all these conditions that are in here and the monument sign, shared monument sign, I'll support this. But I hope that you will be, I hope you won't do business like this in the future. I hope it's a fresh dialogue, and I hope it's open and honest right up front, and not this back door, because it feels very backdoor. And that was my concern, because I don't know what you're going to do. And I kind of feel like if you get this, are you going to railroad over us the next time you get the chance? And I hope you don't, because if you do, that's on you. I mean, I think we've done the best. I think we've played fair. I think we've given you pretty much what you've asked for. And I hope you get a good product, and I hope you have good partners, and when you sell it off and make money, and I hope those people that stay behind, I hope they're good partners with the community.
Can I see the conditions again?
Yes, ma'am.
Not to interrupt you.
You have them.
Yeah.
They're the same ones. Right here.
So, Madam Chairman, does the motion say accepting of these 13 conditions with the additional 14th condition, but that number 4 is shared monument signs?
Are required.
Required?
Not
Does the
encouraged.
motion say that?
Does it, Commissioner Kennard?
Yes.
Does it, Commissioner Finnegan?
Well, I mean, are we going to spell that out? Because where is it shared? And then if you're PD4, would you need your own sign because you're separated from the other one? So does PD1 and PD2 share their sign, and then PD3, PD4 get one? And then what about PD5 at the back? that may need a different sign. It says it's encouraged. I mean,
This is what we required on all the stuff up on 486 though.
I believe it was one per entrance is what we did, and how they divvied it up, it didn't matter.
well, that would probably be more helpful then, like one per entrance, is that?
Signage must meet land development code standards for square footage and setbacks. Signage cannot be placed in the buffer areas or within the clear visibility. Shared monument signs are required. That's what it would say. And at this point.
But we do need to define, we're not gonna do one shared, I apologize for cutting you off, I'm sorry, it's late. One monument sign will not cover that entire property, especially for the PD5.
That was my point.
So that's where I was going earlier, was to say how, that's why I pulled it up, to look
The
at
land
entrances.
development code tells you how many signs you can have.
And yes,
And this number 4 is saying signage must meet land development code standards.
Okay.
So then let's stay out of that signage and leave it up to our land development code.
okay,
But shared monument signs are required.
okay. So we've got the revised, the amended motion, amended second.
Poor Amy.
Nothing further? Are you
Jim?
good? No?
Okay, so that was amended to add the signage requirement.
Yes.
Okay, and also one more thing, there was discussion, but I did not hear an amended motion regarding the 60 spaces. Was there
Oh,
some
yeah, that's number 14.
direction?
We're adding number 14 condition, no fewer than 60 for PD3.
For PD3, that's
For
what I
that
was
lot,
talking about.
yes.
So there was an amendment for
Yes.
PD3. Okay, would you like me to read it back?
Yes, please.
One final time. One. Okay, so based on competent and substantial evidence, motion to approve, direct the chair and clerk to execute the ordinance for PUD 2023-00010 OLP RS Partners LLC with all 13 conditions, adding a condition that parking spaces must be no less than 60 spaces for PD3 and requiring shared monument signage that meets land development code standards.
It's good with me. Okay.
I'm sorry, did she say no less than 60?
Correct.
No less than,
That is what he said.
or no fewer, or
less
whatever.
than 60. It has to have at least 60.
A minimum of 60. That's what the theoretical restaurant requires. And all right.
Wait,
I'm
we're here
gonna
all
call
night.
I'm going to call the vote.
We're
Come
here all
on.
night. No fewer than 60 spaces. And is that the applicant fine with these conditions?
That doesn't matter.
It does to me. Because
We do typically ask if
They look fine.
But the intent is that those 60 spaces, or whatever, how many spaces they do, stays within the confines of PD3 inside the access road, correct?
No, we just said you can't back onto the access road.
can't back onto the
We have
access
opened it
road.
up for parallel parking or something on the other side. The problem is that there is not enough, by removing the back out parking, we don't have enough spaces to even remotely meet with the requirements of the space. So, roll call vote, starting with Commissioner Kennard,
Aye.
Commissioner Finnegan,
Aye.
Commissioner Bays,
Aye.
Commissioner Schleba.
aye.
Commissioner Davis, aye. Got a 5-0.
Hope you don't let me down.
Yeah, don't. Hopefully, if you do anything else in this county, we're going to have a whole different experience. Thank you. We are adjourned.
I'll come around the corner.